I mean, yeah, like, unless any of the masters can be like, I feel like Vicarious would automatically just be like, do better. But I don't think that's gonna help.
And we're in the orrery, so he's not there. It'd just be duality.
Yeah.
And neither is Lore.
You have a single lonesome pom pom. Yay, you go, you guys.
So anytime that or any failure there is just not done training, and then let's see, so 6 more, so 60, 100.
All right, let's roll a d3 for all 7 of these rolls as well. No.
Less than 50. Okay.
As Johnny recommended, I should test my glitch sword on something that isn't the air.
3 Well, actually, out of the 7 rolls, 4 of them were in the 90s.
Oh God.
Dice are not kind today.
You can always pick up that thing, that
Montage Master, I think, is what I got.
reroll. Choose something though. You gotta choose, like, so training. You would choose, and then when doing DPS with that.
Is this one just the one? Montage Master, yeah, you pick one of the fields. Which I picked training on mine.
How much is Montage Master?
50.
50.
Any 1s or 100s rolled give interesting developments or quirks on Montage Master. I don't think we've ever played with that yet. Though I guess all of my 1s have been eaten by the duality engine, so that's kind of irrelevant for the moment.
Correct.
So I'm pretty sure it's not 50 merit for that one we were just talking about, by the way.
Montage Master is 30. It's a 6-star.
Montage Hero is 50.
Yep.
Wait. Hero is stronger than Master?
Correct. You can be Master of all kinds of things, but you can only be a hero.
Okay. To resolve my 2 successes, does duality give any bonus to toughness training for the amount given?
No, that's the problem. Duality only helps with mental stats. If you were to go train next to Vicarious and not train in the orrery, Vicarious may be able to say mean things to hurt your feelings, and it may make you train better.
So I do want to bring up, I hate to do this. You last session said she gives a +2 progress, plus 20 bonus.
Minor stuff.
For different things.
So sure, 2 and 2, but not big bonuses.
Yeah, not like the +5s, +50. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so for just these 2 then, because I don't think the other with 90 rolls, I don't think anything would have changed there. These 2, if they do get +2, so that would have been exactly enough for 1. So still at 0, and then toughness goes up by 1. Hell yeah.
So for Montage Hero, you're also getting, you can say that +20 bonus, you're doubling it.
Oh, okay.
And then you can spend a key for those 3.
We'll, for right now, let's see. I think the ones that have passed already, I'll just go for another roll and remember those numbers.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. Chunpo will just be like, well, this might take a while, but we can do this. Let's see. So you did 7 damage to me from that?
7 filling. Yep, 7 whole damage. So I don't think I'm able to break your armor other than felling.
Yeah, no, without the felling, it's just tink, tink, tink. Alrighty.
Actually more satisfying that. It's more of a thwack, like when you're hitting wood.
Mm.
Yep.
I make new sounds, guys.
Thwark, thwark. Okay. We've got those rolls. Is Lar going to join in and training
On the
his
swinging?
sword
No,
against
I'm
the...
actually sitting down on the prayer mat, and I am meditating on my willpower. Duality is talking me through the meditation I'm doing, and yeah, I'm going to work on my willpower these next couple ones. So here's my current willpower. I'm rolling a toughness as well with a plus 110 from 20 key. So that's 15. 15 extra. And I am tripling the plus 5 I get from duality. I'm taking 3 fatigue for an extra roll, and slash are 61.
That was a 99.
Oh yeah. So there is a 7 there though, and I do have to roll. Matt, we were talking yesterday, last time we did about the 7s, 9s, and a 79. And you say when I roll the 1d10, it's a 10. So in other case, I'll roll the 7 here. But I was thinking, instead of a 10, can we make it an 8?
Why?
7, 8, 9.
Oh. Okay, that's funny. All right. Yeah.
Okay.
That's funny.
Slash
Yeah.
1 to 10.
You somehow snuck a joke in there.
Okay.
God damn it, Johnny. But all right.
Fuck. Didn't want to hear.
No, that one's on you, man. And that's recorded for all time. Anyone who listens to that recording will be minimum of facepalm.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Is
This is fine. So let's look back
All
here.
right.
Let's look back here. So I sent you this.
Well, I've got a funny meme related to this.
Oh.
Yep. We'll just put this in the private lobby chat. I'm so
Oh, boy.
sorry.
So 315.
Chat can't see it. Oh yes. Yep. Yeah.
So this is the amount of progress I've just added to my willpower.
Yep.
Plus the 5 times 7. So
350.
315.
350. 5 times 7. Plus
Yes,
350.
350 total.
What's your maximum there?
Yeah, this is what we're gonna do here. As a reaction to this happening, I'm going to spend my Tesseract merit. I'm going to be purchasing the 7th complex level for it, which gives me the lightning rod. And that's going to up my my spirit threshold to the next one. 250.
I had thought that the Tesseract Labyrinth doesn't count towards your threshold.
Well, it has been.
Yes. The merit we get from the Tesseract, just the merit, not the times.
Isn't that multiplied though?
No. Well, when we make the final purchase is multiplied, but with the original, like the say I've got 20 actual merit, that goes to the thresholds. Like
the merit you put into it.
Yeah.
The multiplied version. Yeah,
correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And that brings me up to 250 from that reaction. that's spent.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to shatter my willpower.
Okay.
I think that's the only way I can get away from doing what I just did, like, effectively.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That wasn't what I was expecting, but I did 1 DTS. And I think we're all matched. So you guys see Lar. He's
Living his best life.
just sitting down, meditating, and then you see one of the extra things for the trash can just like immediately get eaten at that point because it made progress. And then what happens, Matt? Like a bunch of energy engulfs me as like there's like that feedback loop of it getting progress and I get progress. Maybe they're just too busy to notice, but I feel it, and I'm like, oh.
I'm busy stabbing somebody.
Okay.
By stabbing, I mean hitting him, swinging, not stabbing. I need to learn normal stab as well.
Definitely get on that. As for others to notice, it's it's more of a quiet affair.
Okay.
Doesn't really like flare outwards.
Maybe like a burp from the trash can.
Maybe.
Okay. All right. I will do the math. You guys do your next thing there, but I just I got a lot of stuff. So
Now that we let's see, was that just 1 DTS?
yes.
Okay, so 393 question mark or 394 612. Okay.
Laura, why don't you put underneath your total where you are right now? Like how many you used and what DTS that leaves you on?
Yeah, sure. So out of I was 33 progress until 120 willpower. And then I had another limit break available. So that's 6 out of 7. And then it is 120 progress.
For mathematics, though, if you do training and then spontaneously spend merit, the limit break that gives a +5 to the limit shatter always applies first before the training hits. Because you got to resolve it.
Okay.
Does limit shatter change how?
Work, yeah. It converts your limit breaks in that area to +5s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because there's no point in having a limit break if you have a limit shatter.
Yep.
So you convert them, all of them, in that one category that's limit shattered to.
That means Ho in Kyoma's agility is higher. I'll have to figure that out next session.
You should probably take a look at that.
So I hit the 130, and then I used the reaction in that point to spend that merit because it costs an action economy to do so.
Yep, and then you resolve it as you have hit it.
Okay.
Yep.
Because
right where you are.
Yeah, which is at 130.
Yeah. Then you get yourself a bunch of +5s.
Yeah. And then the overflow would then go after the fact, right?
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. So 130 plus. So that's now 8.
Plus 35? No, plus 20. Wait, hold on.
Oh, Matt, does the limit break happen first and then the shatter? Is that what you were saying? Because I get a plus to my limit break.
It says
for
limit
willpower.
shatter first, and you get.
Oh, it does say limit shatter
choose-
first. Okay, yeah.
You could then still choose a limit break for. I think you just get the limit break. You get the
you
limit
choose
break.
one of the 3. Yeah, or one of the 4
Choose
characteristics.
the limit break for willpower.
Yep, I just did. Yep, and then that's a plus 40 because I'm at 8. 8 limits breaks. Cool. So then that's 160 willpower, and then that from 160 it's 17 per characteristic, and then I'll do the math from there. So I should be okay. Because I just did 150, so I have 200 extra progress to apply to my willpower now.
Okay. Remember, in Zone 1, you cannot go above 299 in a stat.
Yes, I writ that down, so I know what you mean. Yeah. Modifiers for plus bonuses are fine. The modifier of the characteristic can only go to 29. Yeah, that's what we talked about last week. Okay. Yeah. You guys do your next. This is fine. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine, just fine.
I just had
All
to
right,
panic a
I'll
little
roll
bit.
my 14 here. That's under 48.
Nice one.
Oh, there was a 1.
I'll put that in black.
See.
Unless you want to keep it. You're welcome to keep it because you can choose, remember.
Do I want to keep something for normal swing? Yes, I actually do want to keep this 1 because it says interesting developments or quirks while training for
Yeah.
that. So maybe that'll help me get some extra progress for it.
Would you like to use any of your narrative dice here? Or sorry, your narrative points.
Oh, this is gonna be real sad for Chun Po. I'm gonna go ahead and make a peak narrative bonus. I get some significant insight into normal swing from that 1.
Okay.
Joke, guys. Remember, you have to take the next 100 you get, which is good because you want to take more 100s to balance out your body.
Yep.
Maybe not for Chun Po though.
We'll make it work.
100s are really hard to get in the orrery for me.
Yeah.
And then I had. So that pair is under 48. That pair is under 48. That one is. That one is. That one is. There's one pair that is not under 48, but I think you were just taking 6 rolls beforehand and not 7. No, there's 2 pairs not under 48. So you get 5 toughness rolls. And I'll take my d4 in weapon skill, I suppose.
He supposes.
I suppose.
Yeah.
Supposes. Okay.
Well, what
And
is
then,
this peak narrative was it about?
the peak narrative is I'm getting some significant insight into normal swing from that 1 as well.
Well, you asked for it.
I'm sorry. You got 100,000 hit points. Ish. So you only take 5 damage, though, before whatever this 1 is.
Alrighty. Mark that down.
And I do get 112 progress per DTS at this point. So that affects what this is going to be.
It's funny. All right. I forgot to incorporate my my day today for the count for that extra progress. So I put in like extra. It was just an extra 27 or something. But it evened out to what I was trying to do for the characteristics. So that's fun. So I'm currently at 173.
Cool. And 0 progress then?
With 0 progress for the next. I maxed it out.
Perfect.
Exactly.
What was the thing that you got from the one that was going to affect Chunpo?
Matt
writing
is
it down.
typing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Still typing.
This is going to be great progress for your toughness training, though.
Yeah.
You just need to roll 1 as well. Fine.
You just need to survive it. It's fine.
You got hit points.
Yeah.
You can just also use a major narrative from your. Or you only have 4. I think you only have 4, don't you? Superior. Do a superior narrative attached to your toughness test when getting hit by this.
Yeah.
You can spend key on the toughness test too.
Yeah, exactly.
Might give you some significant insight into not dying.
This is how you survive ultimate swing.
Normal swing.
Normal.
This isn't serious swing. Or ultimate serious swing. I feel like serious swing would be bad idea to test on somebody.
Warning, only test on enemies that you really don't like.
I've got a feeling it's going to be something particularly nasty, and I'm sorry.
Is what it is. What sucks is that I used all of my adapt, and I haven't put my other 100 into adapt yet. So, yeah, this is just gonna hurt.
You'll be fine.
Yep, you'll be fine. Lars over there giving us a thumbs up. We got this, fam.
Well, yeah. You can see he's very strained though while he's giving you a thumbs up. He's like, it's like trying to incorporate and like condense his will into what just happened, and it's just like,
I still
So
like
much
the
more.
idea of all of us learning, or all of us getting the "you got this" and then overconfident, "I got this," and we just go about doing stuff just like, yeah, we've got this.
I mean, that would be very on theme for cultivator stuff. Your least favorite, you've tuned to the sound of the sword being swung. The impact is a terrible warble sound that travels up your weapon. Swing the sword. Find no progress if you roll above a 10 on a dice roll.
but you have a
Converted to
chance.
pure damage? Oh no. Well, so I can't. Okay.
There are ways to make this the best thing on the block.
Oh, this thing seems great. Currently, it doesn't change my average amount of progress anyway.
But you have double, like you can choose. You have advantage if you roll single digit. Like, it's hot.
Yep.
But
Okay,
this
so the
is-
remainder of my rolls don't do anything.
Yeah. Well, no, you still swing it, and when you hit him, you go,
Okay, so... But it's not providing progress because I'm not perfectly
Add that
progressing.
sound to your repertoire.
What kind of sound is it?
It's an exotic sound. This is a very special sound for swords. It doesn't matter what type of sword you have. It doesn't matter if it's the legendary Sword of a Thousand Truths from World of Warcraft, or if it's like a Black Iron Meteorite sword. If you swing it wrong, it makes that noise. Which means you can tell if someone actually knows what they're doing with a sword or not.
So an esoteric sound or an exotic?
Sorry, an esoteric sound, yeah.
Sweet.
You can tell who knows how to swing a sword and who doesn't with this. You do get nauseated if you walk into a hall and there's like 100 people swinging the sword and hitting dummies. And they're doing it wrong. You go, you feel unwell. If it's just like 10 people, it's uncomfortable, but it's...
Progress is times 10, is damage times 10 as well?
No.
Okay, so the
Sure
damage, pure damage. Okay.
This actually can be upgraded, not just through merit. If you pursue the sound Dao here, and pursue this particular rabbit hole, this upgrades. And then you can get that damage multiplier and even a bigger progress multiplier.
Okay.
And then the threshold in which you get that progress will increase. This is step 1 of basically a main character genius of the sword.
Which would
training
be cool
quality.
because this would be 2 different paths of the sword from what Lara is doing as opposed to what I'm doing.
Yeah. Well, he would need this for his, because you can train the path of the sword, but there are secret underchannels to every training. You can train the best stuff around, but if you don't have the core foundational stuff, and most of it's not even accessible to high-level NPCs, because they don't know they need to do it, then swing your sword really good. Your diamond sword. But when you hit somebody, especially with a pinnacle skill, they're going to regret it.
Well, pinnacle skill, would I even be rolling to hit with normal swing?
You could choose not to, yeah.
Which
You just
means
say,
it would do no damage?
No. You would deal damage as normal, because you're not choosing to roll.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll notice that you have to roll first.
Yep. I was just clarifying there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that would be your way of actually just fighting normally.
So that attack hurt a lot more. It was...
Damage.
Yeah, on a 1.
Damage.
And that did go up. So weapon skill is 3 higher. So that's 51, which
51.
is 15 degrees of success, or 16 total. So that does 17 pure damage and a felling.
Add +1 because you're by me.
Oh, 18 pure damage. Also, let me roll the damage on the rapier itself as well. Oh no. It just rolled max. Okay. So it did 35 pure damage. And a felling.
Straight in. Oh, and
Straight-
so 36.
Yep, straight through the armor and toughness.
roll your toughness here though, because you're
Yeah.
and then apply your narrative if you'd like.
If there's no way to mitigate the damage, I'm going to do that first. You said so 36 in total?
Yep.
Weird one. 63 minus 36. What is that? 27. Okay, cool. Alrighty. And then toughness. Now,
Yeah,
rolling
there's
this.
block noise, and then he hits you a couple times, and then he starts to be like, hold on. Oh, I don't feel well. And then he hits you, and then eventually it's like, ah, fuck.
Okay, so for montage, I get to double a specific bonus.
Yes.
Okay, so
So you could
duality,
double your key bonus.
duality would just be +2, which would then be +4 for each.
Oh, if you're
Yeah.
talking about progress, it's tripled for one source.
Tripled, okay.
Yeah,
Plus
tripled progress,
6.
doubled bonus. Yeah.
Okay. So does duality? Okay, I remember the progress, but did she get a bonus? Was it +20 or was it not at all?
For toughness,
It was
That's-
plus 20 plus 2 from duality.
Yep.
Okay.
so you have a +40 to your
40.
roll from her.
So 40 and +6 for toughness. Okay. And then so my target is 91.
You just reminded me about
Just
something
don't
as well.
fail your third roll, I guess. So I guess you're second when you're doing your batch roll.
It would be 2 and then 7. So that would be 9. Which would then brought that down to 3, which turns that to 52. So, and the batch would be 6 D100s.
If you want to take the 3 fatigue, yeah. Actually, one of them didn't deal damage to you.
Okay.
So it'd be 5. 2 of them didn't. So you get 5 toughness rolls this round
5
total.
D100
So it'd be 4.
in total. So 4. Okay. 4 D100. Less than, and it was 91, but I just upped, so 92. 4 successes. Sweet. That's better. And then, so 4 times 7, 28 plus 3.
Can Poe even tell the difference between 1 damage and 35 damage when he has 100,000 hit points?
Yes, he can.
Okay.
The difference in between a tickle and okay, a little bit more than tickle. I feel like every 10 spot I can feel something different.
Sure.
31, and then divide that by 5 because 6, so 58 down to 1. And all right, I got more. Junpo kind of like cracks his neck a little bit. Something happened there. Kind of stung a
Oh,
little
that
bit.
was not great. I just heard something for the first time, and now I can't stop hearing it.
Oh.
Not
Was
ideal.
If you swing the sword wrong, it makes this terrible noise.
Let's see. That's the end of the second DTS for us.
Well, I've got to roll my willpower checks.
Okay, yeah.
Which is just this. No 1s or 100s. Just 7 more progress for my sound kinetic absorption thing.
Savalair, did you take your second round of things that we're doing here?
Nope.
Yeah.
I was just doing calculations.
Gotcha. Do we want to, on the third one, take a rest and get the rest bonus?
Yes, which will reset my pocket watch.
I will also take a rest on the 3rd to make things easy and to reset my fatigue because I've been going pretty strong here without resting. So I've reached a good point of willpower, but I'm gonna continue on because I only need 2 more characteristics to reach 180. So slash 100 passes with 15 slash R 15 times 7 again. 5. $578. 78 over. Two more. Okay, that's fair. And then journal. All right, we're all caught up then.
Alrighty. Rest DTS.
I can go for a rest.
Chunpo. Oh, shit. If I'm being a tree for the DTS, does that qualify as rest? Or do I have to be trying to sleep?
Can you sleep
I
anymore?
don't know.
I mean, you might be able to, but I don't think you get tired.
I would argue that I still have fatigue, so I eventually would get tired.
Well, you don't get fatigued though. Like you've spent several months making the holy geometrics, and we're fine.
Yeah.
So
I guess
maybe you can go outside and get the rest bonus by T-posing, but Matt is dead, so we do not know the answer to this.
No, I'm actually ominously T-posing upwards.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm
Underneath.
horizontal, looking down upon all you, and I T-pose just like, I am here. You just didn't look up. You
It's the
fools.
most powerful stance of all.
T-posing downwards.
Downward dog was scary. Downward T-pose is even more scary.
It is. What's up, Poe?
Do I rest, or like, does me being a tree T-posing qualify as a rest?
Yeah.
Okay. So just wondering if I got rest bonus
Take a
or
rest,
not.
gain some health, eat.
Yeah.
As long as you do it in the sun. If you do it at night, not so great. You can still rest, you just don't recover.
You could do it on the light side of the moon, though, right?
You need sunlight.
No. But so the light side of the moon is where sun from duality. The sun is hitting the light side
Okay,
of the
that's
moon,
what you
right?
meant. Not the reflection of the
Yeah,
moon's
yeah.
light.
No,
Or the sun reflecting off the moon.
No.
Because that would be moonlight, which has
Yes, exactly.
different
It's
properties.
yeah, exactly.
Alright, yeah, if you want to go stay on the moon.
I'm just really hoping that the gun saint doesn't spot me on the light side of the moon T-posing. It's just like the one tree on the moon.
Okay. Do know that. Yeah, you're gonna have to make sure you stay away from the dark side of the moon because it does rotate. It gets cold real fast.
Yeah, but the orrery is always on the light side of the moon. At this point. Until,
have you guys stood out there for a while?
I will stick to the light side of the
I
moon.
guess we haven't.
And then let me read what I need to do for healing. Gain 1 HP for every DTA. Okay. So I regained 6 health from that. I think my solar qigong is already okay. So resting, regain solar qigong because, or well, it's resting in the sun for 6 DTA. That qualifies something that can get my solar qigong up, or does it need to be something more intense?
No, he's just stand there.
Okay. 6 more health. Okay.
Depends on how long you want to stand there. If you want to do it all day, you can get a bunch of health back and get some qigong.
Don't forget to do your 1d10 for the day.
Yep. Five. Technically, I have a net +1, but
Hey.
we're gonna get hurt again.
Moving upwards. You might want to change your characteristic because it's not going to be easy for Casey to hit you now. Your
Yeah.
damage.
What do you mean?
I am significantly less likely to do damage.
Gotcha.
Like
So
90% less likely. Well, not even 90%. It's hold on.
It's like 85. So whatever half, like because you times it by 2, pretty much. You get 2
Unfortunately,
chances.
that's not quite how that works. Here, let's see. Um,
For sure, it's like a 20% chance, or
how do I? No,
Close to
it's
that.
less than a 20% chance.
yeah, it's probably like 16 or 15 or something along those lines.
Somewhere in there. I forget how to do the math for adding advantage in the calculator, but
Mm-hmm. I just
not
thought it was
quite
like
double chance.
so it's a 1 out of so it's a 9 out of 100 chance, right?
It's a 1 in 10. It's 2 1s and 10s. But that isn't 2 out of 10. Because both are equally likely to not roll under 10.
Anyway, so yeah.
Wait, it should be on a roll of 1 through 10, since you said if I roll above a 10. All progress is times. So it should be on roll 1 through 10. I get 10 times progress.
Or do you want to make it 1 to 9, Matt? Then you got to make this choice.
Because it. Or is a 10 just a regular roll?
No, it's gotta be 1 and 9.
It's just wording change.
Gotta be
Okay,
single
so
digit.
if I roll above a 9.
No, 9 or 10 or higher is bad. 9 or
10 or
less is
higher.
good.
Okay.
Um,
So if
Yep.
I roll a
if
10
you roll
or
a 1, you can increase that range by 1% because you're getting it correct. But
So if you roll-
you don't get a D4 when you roll a 1
for
Just the
training
damage.
this.
for training this. You just increase the percent of you getting that pure damage or times 10 by 1%.
Okay. When I roll above a 9, we'll say. That's the easiest syntax there. I figured that was what you were trying to say, but I just wanted to be sure.
Words are hard, okay? Poor
I was just
GM.
curious what happens with the roll on a 10.
Nothing.
Okay.
It's
Nothing. Well,
it's bad.
no, it is. But
you go blah.
from previous wording, it's just not in either of the ranges.
Oh. Well, it's the bad number until it isn't the bad number because you fixed it.
And then 11 is the bad number.
Yeah. Hmm.
So I just have to end up rolling 100 ones. Or 90 ones.
101.
Well, this accelerates sword training a lot eventually.
Eventually, yeah.
But right now, it does nothing. For training, at least. It's really bad for combat.
So, new day.
Just have to thing at them.
Sing! Yeah.
Oh my
But-
gosh. You could, whenever somebody swings their sword in combat, especially if it's against you, you can just make their sword make that noise. Like, make them very aware of it. How about I do with the 1,000 swing technique? Oh, buddy, you're not going to make it past the first one.
I heard my name.
Yeah. What characteristic are you going to work on this next day?
Well, can't really train toughness anymore, and I put that in the wrong stuff.
The wrong stuff.
Should be there. I think I was messing with. Let's see.
Those are for my mighty neat.
There. Okay. Next characteristic to work on. I think it might be a good idea to just go down the alchemy and read some more.
Sure enough.
Oh. You're welcome to go inside the card and, or, just take the book.
Yep. Just. And since I still don't have alchemy as a skill, just straight intelligence.
If you want duality's help, intelligence is something that she does. But I
Yes,
don't
please.
think you can. But I don't know if she will give bonuses for that, though. That's the only thing.
I just thought of something. Is the dark side of duality good at training physical attributes?
Yeah, but they're really mean. They're more
I already
vicarious.
Yeah, I was about to say I've got vicarious already. I don't think that's an issue for me. Why are you so bad? Why can't you
No.
take a simple stabbing to the stomach 30 times?
Yep, that's more like it. All right, we're going to train toughness. I'm going to throw meteorites at you.
Don't worry, they're really small, which is a bad thing for you.
Small to me.
Remember,
Small
no
comparatively.
Don't worry, they're only going 0.1 C.
What? What's that? What do you mean?
Oh, don't worry about it. You won't be able to see it coming.
All right, I'm going to work on willpower. Are you still normal swinging?
Yep, still normal swinging.
Okay.
I'll make my 14 rolls here.
On like 3 single digits.
Less than 10. Nope, no progress. Which I think means that I can't progress my willpower, since I'm not getting any damage out of it. That's not producing any kinetic energy.
Well,
You have to roll a D100s less than 10?
Yep.
Fuck. I thought you rolled a D10.
No. What I got is a positive eventually.
yeah, it adds up because you're getting a magnitude more progress. You just have to get in within that range.
Yep, and actually it is slightly worse for me because I realize it is not 10 or less, it is 9 or less. So it's 1% worse than I was beforehand at training.
Also, you're tripling that times 10, right?
Yes.
Which is crazy. Awesome. So that's going to be nice when it ever happens. Okay, I'm going to do mine next. I'm going to continue rolling on willpower / R 70 100. And I'm rolling a toughness with. For my sandwich, I'm currently at 184 willpower, and that's 180 bonus for spending 36 key.
Neat.
Plus, yeah, I don't get anything else from that.
So each success is 360 progress for me at this point. If I get a success.
Nice.
Yep. These are all miserable for you.
Oh yeah, Lyron's not having a good time right now. Hey, there was
Go
one that
train
was
with
really close.
Vicarious.
I could. And in fact, because I'm not going to be taking any 1s or 100s, I probably should. If everyone's training at the same time as me, do they still get my montage hero bonus if I'm doing it?
If you're in the same location.
I wouldn't be though. Is the thing. So
Then no.
that's one reason that I was staying here for people.
Well, now it's affecting your training.
It is.
I would say go for it because I think, like, yeah, if we're taking months or the idea of months at a time to train for specific things, then you should maximize training. Or at least that's just my thought on it.
Yeah. I think I should next DTS go find Vicarious.
Do it.
So question, Matt. Chungpo is trying to utilize duality here for reading the alchemy book. That doesn't really. Does that work because it's an int-based test, or does that not work?
You're trying to utilize
Duality and the fact that she gives for int-based perception and willpower. You know, she gives the +5 bonus for progress. He's reading using an int-based skill. Would that give the bonuses with duality or no?
No, it helps.
There you go, Shunko. And then apply everything else you have.
Okay. So everything else that I have for those, text from book scrolls, and then I also have the endure for its power, wealth, and prestige, but that's only if I fail. And how much of a bonus does duality grant?
+5 progress.
+5, +50.
Yes.
Okay. Thinking cap. And just an additional for spending fatigue. And so +8 +80. No, +9 +90. Okay. So 10. Mark that down. Bam. 64. Target 175. Okay. And I can do that 11 more times. How many books are there? Because I'm looking
There's
at volume 1.
4 books
4.
total.
Okay. But you haven't gotten that 4th one done? I can only go up to 3. I think that was something.
No, that's if you were doing stuff in the card with the people there. But you're not.
Okay.
You're reading it here.
Okay. Then we should be good. /R 11D 100 less than 175. Grants grants 10 progress each time, 11 successes, so 110 progress, 40 of which puts me, 36 of which puts me to the end of Basics of Alchemy Volume 1.
Nice.
and just picking up the second one after that. Nothing on, let's see, because the specifics on it, rollings in the 90s requires a willpower test to stay awake. Nothing was in the 90s, so good there. Is it, how much for Basics of Alchemy Volume 2?
It's just 50 more, I think.
50? Okay.
Yeah.
That's really good to hear because I thought it would be more. Spent 36.
Oh, alchemy is a very long journey.
Okay, so 110 minus 36. 74, so I get that one then. So 50 out of 50 for volume 2, and
You're including your +2 progress to this, right?
oh yeah, no, I included everything from above there and from duality.
So yeah,
And
the
I am
bulk is from
currently
the
in the
+2
orrery
progress.
for this as well.
Yeah.
So you've got +8 progress total, +1, unless you have another thing that
Plus
gives.
9 progress, I believe.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
Um,
base +2 from your master, training by a master at +2, and then +10 from whatever the
Thinking cap.
written mediums.
Oh wait, you can triple that bonus instead of dualities.
Well, I think it's the same number at the end of the day because it's plus.
Oh, it's
Because
+10 +1. Yeah.
Duality gives the most, right? So
So we've got +1 from thing. Yeah, duality gives the +2.
so
So you've
if I
got
tripled that, that'd be plus
7, 8, 9.
6.
you can only do one source though, so you have to choose like if it's duality you want to do or
I'll do dualities. It's the highest bonus. So 6, 8, 9, 10. I think. So I
including
don't
your
feel
base.
like that's right because if it's, how did I get +9? Because I originally had +9 as a total for +10 when reading, +2,
It should be 10.
+20.
It should be 10.
Okay. So then 11 per success times 11. Oh dear. Well, 121. Yeah. Great heavens. So 121 minus 36 yields 85, 50, and then Basics of Alchemy, Volume 3. How much is Basics of Alchemy, Volume 3?
Another 50.
The 50. Yeah.
Another 50. Okay, so 35 out of 50, I believe. So, yeah, that was a lot.
Can be when things ramp up. Yeah.
Um, I do take 6 fatigue because I doubled. That's how I got the 11. I'll test. Can you all hear me okay still?
Yeah. You're
Yes.
fine.
Yeah.
Okay. My audio, for some reason, seems to be wanting to be weird. And so it's a little... Yeah, I'm just like, oh man, is my headset dying?
Maybe. Might want to get that looked at.
I am the one that looks. Wait, hold on.
Can you be listening? You're the one who listens.
What was that?
Yep. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so is
So-
it back to me then?
Yeah, are you resting is the question.
I rested once already when Poe did, I thought.
I thought
Or
we were
did
on a
we-
new day.
Yeah, like that was
I thought it was
that
yesterday
was
you
the
rested.
third DTS for the day, so I thought we all rested.
I thought this was only the second DTS of the day, and then you guys are going to rest
We
on the
did
third.
2, and then, yeah. And we rested on the 3rd. And then I did one more. So maybe you're a DTS behind if you didn't rest.
Why didn't I write that down? We were on a new day. Thought. Yeah, because I rolled the toughness for the 70-100, and that was a new day. And then I rolled another one, 70-100. So I think I'm ahead by one, guys.
Oh, you're ahead
Yeah.
by one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'll roll a DTS then. I'm gonna go find my master first, though.
Yep.
Just go to the training area. Master, I think I've made a breakthrough. I have started hearing the horrible noise that swords make when you swing them wrong.
They
That
gesture they gesture for you to hit something.
Oh. Okay, I'll do one of my DTS rolls. Oh, no. And I'm using the stopwatch for these 3 DTS that I'm going to be doing next. So, you hear that? Because that was really bad. Just the worst.
You finally, actually, have been able to use your ears for once. I've always been able to hear it. I hear it everywhere. The inefficiency and the flawed.
Well, now that I can hear it, can you give me, I guess, further instruction?
Yes. But it doesn't start with the sword.
Oh. What are we doing then, Master?
Movement mechanics.
Okay.
This will be very difficult. Movement mechanics is a secret of my faction that is taught to singularity aspects and prospects. This is meant to be learned by someone with a robotic body, but you do not have such.
Well, on a side note, I don't think I even have blood anymore. I
That
think I
might
forgot to
help.
mention that.
That might help. Movement mechanics is complete control over movement of your own body. This, in some cases, turns off your body's autopilot, making you have to consciously move every aspect of your body, including breathing. You will have to engage in what is called manual breathing.
Huh.
This is very strenuous on biologicals.
I've got a question. Is my heart actually beating right now? There's not blood in my veins. Sacrificed all of that.
It is. It is beating.
Okay.
You are using a plasma that holds electricity.
Okay.
So you still have a fluid in there, and you still bleed if you're cut, but it's also just a lightning storm running through you.
Or whatever.
This
It's
energy storm.
most dense
Yeah.
energy wise, which is kinetic energy right now. I've got a whole lot of kinetic energy right now.
That's also going to be very dangerous. If you get badly hurt while you have kinetic energy, you might have a pressure system problem. You might bleed explosively. You know, you would have the gushing blood from anime, and it's just like fire hose out of a wound. Or like when they behead someone and it just goes, all the blood goes yeet up in the air at high pressure.
What if that happened if I had a high energy state as the most?
You might. Well, it depends on if it's neutral. Like if it depends. So if you have electricity running through your veins, and you accidentally, your blood comes in contact with something, you might introduce electrified or EMP. So depends on what you got queued in the old blood system.
Neat. Well, Master, I think these movement mechanics I would like to start learning.
You only need to complete 1% of it to improve your ability to move your body. It takes a long time to learn. We will start it on a level 1 difficulty.
Okay.
We will float the little palanquin they're on over, and a little mechadendrite comes out and zaps your arm, and it goes limp. There. Level 1 difficulty. Try using your arm normally.
What sort of test is that? Guessing it just doesn't work.
It's not like it's numb, it's just limp. And when you have the desire to move it, certain muscles try to engage, and it's just a mess. Your arm's just like, I don't know what's going on, just stop it. Use it properly.
I'm gonna make an intelligence check. Try to control it, or would that be a willpower to try to control the different muscles?
No, that's a straight intelligence.
Okay. Well, I get a bonus plus 10. And I'm gonna spend 24 key to boost that up a bit. That is 120, 130, 166. 95. Attempting to move my arm.
You figure out that the muscles and the tendons in the arm, they need to be moved in a very specific sequence for very specific actions. Kind of like you would see on the assembly lines. The machine has to move in exact movements to create the product, the desired effect. But you also, as you're trying to move it, there's a whole bunch of energy that just got introduced into the arm. and it was a surge throughout the body, and it makes the arm go blah, 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 just all over the place. Just surges of muscle spasms. You realize all that ki you use makes it worse.
Okay.
You do realize, though, if you can master movement mechanics, you'll have such like flawless control or like precise control over how the way your body moves. You'll never have a problem with moving your body exactly the way you envision it in your mind. Because if you've ever done it in real life, sometimes you try and move your body. And you see it, this is exactly how it's supposed to work, and your body doesn't do it. And you're like, what the heck just happened? This stops that. It also maximizes the efficiency of any energy used, because you have perfect control over it. You see exactly how it surges through the body. Downside, this is ludicrously difficult for biologicals.
Okay. So
Because as your muscles grow, that changes the formula. As you gain...
Oh, yep.
Yeah, any foreign substance or any change to your body changes the fluid or the movement mechanic and the formula you need to do to move it. Which is why having a mechanical body is really neat, because it's always the same.
It's fine. I'll make a mathematics check this time. Just baseline.
Yeah.
And this time we're also going to be utilizing some of the... I don't only have kinetic energy in my system right now. I'll use kinetic... Oh, wait, I only have sound there. I'll convert some of the kinetic into electricity, 3 of it, and we'll try to, I guess, direct the flow of the current energy that's going through my arm the direction that I want it to go with the mathematics check to make it move correctly. That's a plus 10.
Okay. You can train this method through mathematics. It's gonna suck, though.
Okay.
You do get the arm to go up and down, just like
Aha!
almost a shrug.
It moved exactly.
I'm actually
as I
impressed. You get a head pat. Biologicals, most of the time, when practicing movement mechanics, and we've done this test extensively at one of the Truth Laboratories, they usually wreck their bodies.
Oh. Well, I already did that. I think. I'm not really sure if this is an improvement or not with the energy, but...
You've made an upgrade. Blood is highly inefficient.
Ah. Well, then I guess I'm glad I got rid of it. I will continue mathematics checking then.
Okay, so movement mechanics is one of the highest level physical, but it has gates. So the overall movement mechanic.
Now, is this a fundamental or core technique?
This is kind of an override.
Would it go with the basic fundamental core techniques progress bonus that I have?
Yeah, we'll let you add that in.
Okay. Because it's an override, therefore it's another basic. And is Vicarious providing any benefit here? Or I guess negative bonus?
This is the complete total. You only need to work on one little bit at a time.
Okay.
So we're gonna do movement, mechanics, level 1, difficulty 1. You only need to get 100.
Okay. And can I be training mathematics at the same time that I'm doing this, or will it
You
not?
can.
I'm guessing physics is also something I can train with this.
Whichever thing you're using for the role, you can train at the same time as learning movement
Okay.
mechanics.
Second
You can
check.
also have Vicarious undo the the manual mode, so you can use it normally when you're done training.
Okay.
It does feel weird.
So is he not providing any bonuses to progress right now? He's just allowing me to train it.
Yes. While do not train movement mechanics while you are away from Vicarious, because Vicarious can stop you from accidentally killing yourself. Because 100s is a catastrophic failure of practice, which means you could absolutely permanently wreck your arm.
Okay.
Or whatever you have been manually engaged.
I'd like to do a mind select on my least favorite sound.
Okay.
To be able to hear the sound of me moving my muscles correctly as well to apply the movement. mechanic.
That's in there.
Oh, it is?
To hear your muscle. Well, if you complete the swing properly, you also know what's proper for the muscles.
Yes, but I don't want it to be specifically for swinging the sword. It's also for movement mechanics now.
Oh, okay. All right.
Mind select least favorite sound.
So
Is
I
that
have
allowed?
a quick question
Oh.
here. When I did the extra, I thought you were saying that you were going to do one more downtime action or downtime scene with us.
Oh. I guess I
You
should
could-
do that so that
You can go do that with them. Yeah. So mechanics level 1, difficulty 1. It's -50, -5. And you can do negative progress. Negative progress can take you just back down to 0 permanently.
roll bonuses -50, -5. Okay.
Yep, and that's with Vicarious. It's a much bigger negative. It's like 10 times without the Vicarious's help.
Okay.
This
Well,
is also a truth faction secret. Vicarious will let you know, unless they are my disciple or someone else of the Singularity faction within the truth faction, they cannot learn movement mechanics no matter what.
understood, Master.
It's a faction secret. You can teach them the epiphany you learned if you can end up teaching them that, which is the your new favorite sound or your least favorite sound. You can teach them that. Just movement mechanics. No.
Understood. Now, back in time 6 hours to do a DTS before talking to you.
Oh, of course. Back to it then. Back to it.
Ah, sweet. I got 2 of those at 360 progress.
Hell yeah.
And that means I can make 2 willpower checks. Neither of them are hundreds. This is going to train normal swing pretty fast. Maybe. If the luck is there, I suppose. Okay. Back to the present of remaining
Yep.
3 DTS.
I still have one DTS before
I left.
for reading. Yeah. For
Oh, that is
another-
true because I went back in time. Larry was one ahead. Go ahead and do your reading, and then I'll finish up my last 4 rolls for.
Gotcha. So it should just be /R 60 100 because I'm not spending any more fatigue. Less than. Oh, what number did I have there? 175 at 11 or at plus 10, so 11 each, 66.
Bonus to
Journal.
progress is -5. Okay.
So I get volume 3. Of alchemy, volume 4. Whoa. Volume 4 is also just another 50.
Yes. Volume 4 is another 50.
Gotcha. Okay. That's all that I have because the next one will be resting for another rest bonus that I completely forgot that I had.
Okay. And then my last 4 rules of mathematics. Which, hold on. So currently I have 5, so -5 progress. Can I even make progress with this right now?
Good job, guys.
Answer is yes.
Just one more for Chunko.
6. One more roll.
Well, there was, I was ahead one. He just did his downtime scene. Now, you had a few talkings and you did some rolls for your third scene. Chungpo needs to finish his third scene, whatever he's going to do, or sleep, or
I
whatever.
think I have 3 rolls left for this one that I was in the middle of before we went back in
Yeah.
time.
All I'm going to be doing for my for my third scene is to rest and recuperate.
Okay. Then I will finish up this one and let's see. So that would be talking to Vicarious was 1, and then I used 3 more. So I've got 3 more rolls if I want to use the 3 fatigue, which I will. So 60, 100, less than 10. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
That's 70 progress.
Easy.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. -5 progress. That's real sad. Okay, and then we're all caught up again because Junpo rested for that.
I'm not resting. So I'm just going to do a
You're
roll
not
of 6. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to be training on my willpower.
And see, the plus side of having the rolls above or 10 or above not do anything is if I had negative progress for not succeeding, it just doesn't.
We'll get there. And then slash R 6 times 6. 36. I'll get there eventually.
Your least favorite sound is like, or my least favorite sound is like writing your Dow because it's the sound of failure.
Oh yeah. All right, we're all caught up. New
Yep.
day.
Ooh. If it were
3D 100.
neat.
Oh, right.
Should be 6. Yeah, we're from where the path that we're, or it should be 6. Yeah.
I'm eating a sandwich, so you guys go.
Okay. So I've got 2 and my stopwatch. Okay. I'll do mine then. 14. Oh wait, that was 70 progress to mathematics. That just maxes it out. I'll go ahead and do physics for my next rolls. Well, that was quite good for training Scholastic, I guess. 14D100, less than 10. 1 success. There's also a 100. No, there
You
isn't.
move your
There's
arm.
not a 100. It's with advantage. Never
Oh,
mind. There's another success, which is another 70 progress, which means I'm at 140.
You go to
of-
move your arm and you feel a nudge psychically.
Oh.
Vicarious, you've never seen them so focused on you. Most of the time, they're processing something else. They're doing something else, like multitasking, like a computer would.
Mm-hmm.
They're devoting at least 50% of their entire attention on you right now. Like, the head's fully facing you this time, instead of, like, staring at the sky, like they usually do.
Okay.
And that,
That's kind of concerning.
that black pit of an eye with that red dot just bores into that, basically the arm you're trying to work.
Mm-hmm.
It's just stare.
And am I able to train mastery in mathematics or physics right now?
Not without higher mathematics.
Okay. Is there a higher one that I could be training right now? Because I'm at.
We could make the training more difficult because Vicarious has another sect secret. They could chant mathematics at you. They have a computing mantra.
Okay.
And absolutely, it can get you the higher level of mathematics. You just have to be able to understand it. And the baseline for being able to understand it is 4 check marks in mathematics.
Oh, I got that with 1 success.
Okay.
This is 70 progress.
But it would make learning both harder because you'd have to split your attention. So you may not be able to learn either because you would increase the negatives on movement mechanics and you would have a bigger negative on learning the chant.
Okay. What would the negative of progress be at that point?
We would move it to 10, minus 10.
10.
And it would be
That'll
also
only be-
minus 10 on the other one.
So I could still learn. That would be only 30 progress.
You'd make sporadic progress.
Yep. Also with that, I am now at 280 progress for movement mechanics out of 100. So I get 70 progress per success there. Because I also got another 720 for my plus.
They're called mythmatic chants.
5,300. This Archimedes stopwatch is great.
You traded your largesse for it.
Yep.
And the progress guy was, I'll give you something of equal value, but it will be progress flavored.
Yep. Mythmatic. I don't think 30 progress per is very good. Well, we'll see what the next progress to movement mechanics is, because I have completed level 1 mechanics, by the way, with that DTS.
All right. All right. Let's get you movement mechanics. 1 difficulty 1. 1 plus 1. Your damage.
Oh man, it's John.
Hello.
Plus 1% to at least favorite sound. And plus 0.01% gestalt. So now when you practice your movement mechanics, or sorry, when you practice your normal swing with least favorite sound, it's now 10% or less.
Yep.
1
And
to 10.
practicing movement mechanics as well.
Yep. Even if you use normal swing with the I don't want to roll, you still always you now have a +1 pure damage, just flat. So even if the rest of your damage doesn't harm the individual, this one little dinky damage point will.
That's quite good.
Yeah. Which is really good for proccing anything that requires you to harm your target.
Like the felling.
Yeah. Well.
So
felling,
is this resetting my progress as well for the level 1, 2?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm at 180 of 100 then.
Are you wanting to learn Mythmatic Chant at the same time?
Yes, because I only need 1 more success at this point, but I'm also resting, so I'm 2 DTS ahead of... Well, I'm 1 DTS ahead of Poe and 2 ahead of Lar.
Okay.
Shields? Oh yeah, does it bypass shields? Excellent.
The pure damage?
Yeah.
Shields is that one cheeky bugger that just doesn't play well with others. Because you're not actually striking the individual. Unless the shield is an aura shield, which is, or a key shield. Basically, you project the energy on as an outer layer on your body. Which If it operates like temporary health, absolutely it works. But if it's an actual shield, unfortunately, no. It's that one defensive mechanic that everyone can still rely on against characters that are just like armor, toughness. What's that? I don't care. And
So
then you put up a
the pure
shield and
damage doesn't go through like my static shield then.
No.
Okay.
Shields are. I've made them separate.
Well,
For
because in
balance
general
reasons?
they take a lot more damage than your hit points do.
Yes.
They don't have armor or tough or soak applied to them.
But there's also just an absolute ton of stuff that just bypasses armor, and there's a good handful of stuff that bypasses both armor and toughness. So I needed something to be able to just put in the way of that. So that's why shields can just ignore it. But it's also the first thing to get hit.
Mm-hmm.
So
Which is why that static shield that I have is nice now, because that effectively is armor for my shields that can take damage.
correct. So you got a good little setup.
What is 0.1% Gestalt?
Gestalt? I don't know.
Gestalt. Okay. Let's put that in there. Do.
Yep. You might find out later.
I might.
Matt, I have an important question. If Casey's done his seed.
I'm done.
So, I just started reading this over again. My neutral quality. It's actually about that Unbound Fate.
Yeah.
So,
Oh man.
currently the three. I had 3 of each. Of the basic. Right. And when I burn one of those 3, it reduces by 1. But the wording here is what's got me a little iffy. It's like you can contain your fake currency pool may contain any kind of fake currency instead of being limited to a single type.
Yeah.
And my basic ones are all based off the same. But when I get a destiny fragment, it still only goes up by +1, right? It's a separate pool.
It's a separate pool. Yeah.
But it's okay.
It adds to the total, though.
It does add to the total.
Yeah. So if
for
your
example,
willpower bonus is 10, you can only have 10 total fake currency of any variety. They all sit in their own separate pools, but they all add up together.
Okay. Okay. So, for example, so I had 3 of each of the basic, and then I
missed
got
the trigger. That's fine.
a +1 of when I made my destiny fragment. Would that mean that would go up by 1? So it's 4 of each kind? If I get a +1 destiny fragment? Or is it just for the total of it all? So
For the total of it all.
All right. So they're still their own separate pools.
Separate pools.
But what about the basic? Are they not the same pool? Because like when I got 3 fate points, I had 3 of the other kinds as well. Like, you know, like if one went up, they all went up, and if one went down, they all went down. For the basic.
The way your kind of pool worked, because you cycled. That's right.
Yeah, and when every time I ever new session, I can only refill one of those for of the basic kind. So
So I remember now. I kept it as one single pool, but you can have any type in that pool.
Okay.
Yeah. And you can now have up to 18 fake currency.
Yeah.
Variety and type. Because they keep changing, that's why. So it doesn't really matter. They don't need their own separate pool. They're just one pool, but each you have to keep track of them individually and do the cycling
Yeah.
like normal. Yeah. So you now can hold up to 18. It's one pool.
Okay.
And you keep cycling like normal.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I'll just show you what it looked like for me, and maybe this is where I'm getting screwed over with. So I had this for last session.
Where's this? Okay.
This I'm just spacing, and I just
So you have
increased my threshold.
3. So technically, by the look of it, you have 3 here, 3 here for 6, 3 here for 9, 2 here for 11. So you had 11 total in the pool.
Okay. Well,
Well,
4 times
that's what I'm
3 is
counting.
4 times 3 is 12.
Well, the boon has 0.
It had
So
0.
there's nothing.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's nothing in there.
Right, but before I didn't have a 12 modifier, and I had the ability to hold up to 12 of my.
We forgot the mechanic. That's
Okay.
what it came down to.
So,
yeah.
well, all right. I like that. Well, that's fine then. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't losing out. So that's fine.
Unfortunately, we forgot the mechanic.
Yeah. But I've just increased my willpower, so I'm fine with having 15 as my current, because I have 15 of each type. But I guess the last question I have then for you, when I get a new fate point, does it increase by 1 for those 3 or the 4 of the basic, or is it only increase by 1 for each type?
Okay. What do you? We keep saying each type. It's just one pool.
So.
Yeah.
Fate was I only had 3 currency of fate.
Sure.
Right. And then that gave me 3 of the basic. So it gave me a fate point, a boon, a bone coin, and a tumbleweed. And if I used any of those, and refilled, I could do that. I could utilize them.
I might just have to overhaul this. This is too confusing for me even now. Like, it's supposed to be kind of simple, especially since you're supposed to be able to rotate them.
Right.
Single pool. If you're able to successfully rotate a spent currency, it just adds a use back to the pool, as if you refunded it, but it's a different type. If you're not able to refund it, your spent currency for the game session goes down by 1.
Okay.
You don't have to worry about individual pools; they're all one pool.
All right.
But if you're able to rotate successfully, it's a refund.
Okay.
So, what's your willpower bonus?
19.
19. You can have up to 19 fake currency of any type in there, and if you're able to rotate,
the ones that I've collected, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And this includes Destiny fragments. If you're able to rotate something to a Destiny fragment, you refund, and it's just back to the pool. So you're basically a giant refund engine.
Yeah. And
you don't have to worry about individual pools. It's all one pool.
But the question is, if I get myself some other type of fake currency, does that go in? Do I have a new add into the pool?
So say if you get a Finality's Bane and you add it to the pool.
Yes.
It is part of the rotation.
Now
you can rotate into it.
Okay.
The odd part about the Finality's Bane and Memento Mori is you can't rotate out of them until you use them.
Right.
So
in other
one
words,
of these may not be bad, but you don't want more than that.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. That's good then, because that's kind of what I was wondering about, because I do have a Metamori like in my bank, or just I haven't been able to use it or anything. So now I can add that to my pool. Okay. Like. That's what I wanted to know. I have clarification and I can work with that.
If you add new fake currencies, such as you get a new fate point, it comes in as a fate point. If you spend it, you can rotate it. If you successfully rotate it, it's automatically refunded.
Gotcha. All right.
Bone coins are exceptionally good at that because it also refunds itself automatically if you roll a 10.
Gotcha.
You can't rotate it because it auto refunds, but it refunds itself.
Mhm.
So
I'm all good then for that. Thank you
Yep.
for giving me clarification because I was just like,
you can even build a intrinsic where while you rest and meditate, you can swap a fake currency to a fake currency to another fake currency.
Okay.
I might recommend that. So if you're ever like, you know what, I need all my points to be boons in this upcoming thing I'm doing, or if I need to play support.deck, I need to convert everything to tumbleweeds.
Yeah.
Maybe a spirit intrinsic that allows you to, while you rest and meditate, you can
Swap it out.
for every level you upgrade, you can swap just
additional.
one more and one.
Yeah.
An additional.
Cool.
That was my goal, but unfortunately,
Yeah.
GM brain.
Yeah, because I just got a different. I was keeping Fate, Boons, Bone Coins, and Tumbleweeds together, and every time I got a new currency, those would go up by one. And I
One
was thinking
basket.
my limit would be what my willpower bonus is. But now, since they're all together, that's fun because I just got a new Destiny fragment as well.
Yep, and you can just add that in there.
Yeah.
So I think it's just best to make it one pool.
Yeah, I just need to keep track of how much I have in my pool of what kind of currency. That's which I was pretty much doing that already. I just didn't realize how it would go up or down, kind of deal. So,
well, I have an offer for you. Would you like a handout?
No, I'm fine. I will take a handout because I need an extra one anyway. But I'll keep it. I'll keep it in the where I had it before. I just wanted to double check on there.
Let me get you a handout.
Perfect.
Larlar, new handout.
Thank you.
Let's give that to Gimder. I'm gonna put it right next to your character. Mr. Lar. Boom.
All right. Chung Po, do you want to go now?
I believe depends on whether or not we are at the start of a new day or if it's the last DTS of my day, because it will just be a rest.
Yep. So you've got one to catch up, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
they didn't mighty neat on that the new day, right? Day 6. And then, in case you rolled.
Rest. New day.
And you did your 2 DTS, right, Johnny?
Before I did, yes.
Okay,
and I did that 60 100 for willpower increase. So.
Okay.
No. This is still day 6.
But this would be, for me, this would be the end of day 6.
Okay.
Because this was my last thing for just like saying, all right, resting. That's my thing. And then
5. Did that? No, that is day 6 because you did the alchemy training.
Okay.
So we're on days. So this is the start of day 7 then.
Yeah, this is start of day 7.
I heard some ums. Is everything all right?
You're good either way. We'll start.
We're good.
We can. Yeah.
Okay. So my last alchemy training, I passed volume 4. I'm currently on basics volume 5, if that's a thing. At what point do I pass basics?
You finished volume 4.
Yes.
Okay. That's all there is now. If you want to continue down this path, you need to get like some way to control fire, and you need a furnace and stuff like that. But I think you're okay to go into your vault now that you have the knowledge.
Gotcha. I'll go ahead and do that and work on or I will go into what I want to do is go into my vault and work on poison resistance training to. Oh yeah, also another. So first, I gained 6 health because I rested, and plus 6, so 2, 34k, and then a d10. I lose 3, and okay. I went to work on resistance training. That way, you make that D10 as small as possible, or just outright get rid of it. Unless that would be something that I have to spend XP to get rid of. Is there a way to train to make that D10 of damage every day go away in my poison vault?
That's unknown, man. This is going to be a long journey to utilize the total wealth of that vault. Because poisons are without a master of poison, but to teach you, or you're just going to have to free ball it.
Okay.
Fortunately, you are significantly more durable than the average person. Most people would have already died by touching the wrong thing. You kind of have a delaying effect, so if you touch the wrong thing, it might start with a small discoloration of the skin, and then you have plenty of time to like figure it out before your fingers corrode off or the poison spreads.
Okay.
But there's a lot of juice in there. You also just have a bunch of money just lying around. So if you ever want to try and brute force something, you have a 100 wealth factor in there.
My suggestion
which is
too.
a significant sum of money.
If you got like a camera or a video camera of some kind, and you recorded things you were in there and showed it to your master, you could probably get some insights through that.
Okay.
Do we have a camera?
Video cameras won't work, but you can have a simulacrum for exploration into spaces that are confined or tiny. Lorekeeper has mini Lorekeeper. That you can carry them around in the palm of your hand.
Alrighty. And where could I find a simulacrum?
Oh no, they have one.
Oh, okay.
They just out of one of the pylons that they have, it unravels, and a mini Lorekeeper will pop out.
They don't just pull it out of their pocket.
No. Boop.
Alrighty. Well, I will explain to very quickly Lorekeeper. It's just like, can I borrow mini Lorekeeper? That way I can.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
They like to touch things, so don't let them.
Oh dear. Okay. Yeah, that's not good in the poison area.
Mm-hmm. It won't do any damage to anything that affects biological, but anything that can corrode or sunder or melt or greatly heat up or freeze, those can affect Mini-Me.
Gotcha. So what difficulty or like what to try and just train myself with only mini Lorekeeper kind of giving me insights as I go? What would you want me to roll to try and train poison resistance to where the poison that affects me daily won't affect me anymore?
Fortunately, that stuff will keep ticking away because that poison is so potent. It would have to you would have to have a special remedy for it.
I think what he's asking, Matt, is there some sort of material Like, not when I say material, I mean like a cultivation manual or some type of
That's
modern
different.
technique. Yeah, like to help
There
improve your
there is
vessel.
one you know for certain in your gut as an instinct that can absolutely handle this poison and make you stronger. That poison lust manual.
Hmm.
But you also have a gut feeling that's not for casuals. And training that is a lifestyle choice. Like if you train that manual, poisons is going to be you until the end of the game. Doesn't mean you can't train other stuff, but that's going to be like your core central thing you're going to be working on.
Okay.
You could also end up trading it away for a ludicrous sum of money to the right faction, or just to anyone really. Like that manual alone is probably 50% of your wealth factor.
Okay.
Wow,
Not even
nice.
calculated into the total wealth. Like there's so much money in that book. One of a kind. You could end up easily being the Poison Emperor or the Poison Saint with that book.
Hmm.
If you train it to the end.
If I train down the poison book, what happens to my pursuit of life?
Well, poison is both inimical and supportive of life. Because there are life that uses poison.
Hmm.
Venoms, anything of that like. A lot of plants use it, especially in the cultivator world, to protect themselves. So it's not against or for life, because it is what it is. It's just poison. And poison can be used paradoxically to heal as it is to harm.
Yeah, you can do a lot of very interesting things with
So
knowing what you're doing with poison.
synergistic with life, but it's also anti-synergistic with life, which means you can train life and death along with poison.
Alrighty.
It
And
means
just for
a physician's job and alchemy will be your best friends, along with herbology.
um, what would happen to gravatics or anything that I currently have if I then just focus poison?
It'll fall behind. It's not going to go away. Gravatics. Think about a synergy thing. Does it synergize? Not really. It's its own cosmic thing. But at the same time, it doesn't hurt. It's kind of its own standalone because it doesn't connect or interfere with what you currently got going on.
Okay.
So it'll just fall behind. It's not going to go anywhere.
Does it become a you cannot train gravatics? Or
No,
like
it's just if you train gravatics, you're not training poison. And if you're training poison, you're not training gravatics.
okay,
There's only so much time you have to train.
gotcha. Yeah.
So that's the trade-off.
Is the getting up to the poison lust book? Is there a clear path of like studying the poison books up to the poison lust book?
There is not, but that's where Lorekeeper comes in. Lorekeeper, one of their most potent assets, is being able to ascertain the correct chronology of what needs to be read in what order. So Lorekeeper is your best friend in this, and in your master, of course, in this case, because they can tell you once they've gone through your collection what books you need to read and what is the best resources to use at this time. Because they'll read through the books, and if you permit them to read through the books, it gives you secret points. Because these are all secrets.
Gotcha.
Because basically it's your collection, and they're not going. They have to read through the collection to help you. Means they can teach you.
One of the things that you had mentioned with Lorekeeper is, or Mini Keeper, or Mini Lorekeeper, however we say it. wouldn't the corruption? Would I be able to identify a book that it's just like this would probably be dangerous if Mini Lore Keeper tried to read this?
That's gonna be the hidden danger.
Okay.
Certain books will just have poison on the pages, and touching them is not good. But they're not a biological, so it's a little mini golem.
Nice.
So
You could also-
certain ones, very rarely, Mini Lore Keeper will be in trouble because most of these are to affect the biological stature. It's the higher level books where the poison is so potent that it doesn't care if it's biological or not. It's just going to do its work. But that's way down the line.
Gotcha. Well, I will dedicate to poison and get my way to where, because even if it's just a D10 and it will take me forever, I don't like getting hit every day.
18,000 days. Yeah, 18,000 days.
Yeah, 18,000 days later, I might get hurt, but
Yeah.
So Matt,
Yeah.
how long would it take to categorize in his vault with Chun-Po opening the books and lore people checking them out so there's no fuck ups? Like give him a DTA so we can, get that process started.
To just find step 1 of like what you're going to need to do, it's going to take Mini Lore Keeper a month.
okay.
That's just to get you started on the correct books, because they're going to basically do what is called a intent skimming. They're going to figure out, because they can't. It's going to take them years to go through all this stuff.
Now, sorry, continue.
Yes, they're going to basically skim through all the books quickly, just to see like where is this a beginner book? Is this a foundations book? Is this what type of book is it, and where is it on the chronology?
I got you.
And then they go back through and really look through each and every one of the books and read them fully.
Okay.
So it'll take them a month to skim through your collection, and that's just the cultivation manuals.
Is that a passive thing to where Lore Keeper is doing that, but
yeah, you
I'm
can go train
still-
something else while
Okay.
Mini Lore Keeper is being piloted by this
Alrighty.
one.
The only thing I'd be hesitant on is Lore Keeper finding, or Mini Lore Keeper finding one of the corruption books. I'm just like, okay, I kind of want to be there just to save them if that happens.
That'll be the trade-off. Do you train? And if so, do you keep an eye on Mini Lore Keeper?
Train inside the vault
for the month, instead of training, just really go through your collection. That's another option. While Mini Lore Keeper's in there and you can keep an eye on them, there may be some hidden stuff in there that only can happen if you really, really look through it. Go through every book, root through every chest of money, study each of the things in the little pedestals with the glass boxes, kind of sort through the materials.
All right, lads, I got my month. I'll do that.
Okay.
I'm gonna be looking at the poison stuff for a while. I'll be back.
Okay.
Those books aren't poisonous. They're venomous.
And then there's a book literally called It's Not Poisonous, It's Venomous, and
Explaining what the two do.
literally there's such a misconception about it that most cultivators go, oh, it's poison, I've been poisoned, and the poison cultivators are like, no buddy, it's so much worse, it's venom. What does that mean?
Just fine.
This hits way harder and way faster than poison. Good luck.
Have fun.
well, is this poison? No, that's toxic.
Yep.
What's the difference? You're melting. That's why. Ah!
What's this? That's actually just radiation. I don't do that one.
Why
It's
are
a
you
different-
why are you touching it? It makes me feel tingly. Okay.
I guess Lyron, you were training your stuff. Could I just not train with you on my sword or my willpower, just not in the orrery?
You could.
Yeah, so I think I'll do that for my DTS, and finish off my willpower that I wanted to do. So slash R70.
Do I just want to keep training mechanics for a month though? Like I might. In which case, we've done 6 whole days of it's going to be a full month for Poe, so it'd be 6 days and a month that we'd be ending if I just did my thing here for that long. And the best thing about the stopwatch is I don't need to factor in rest bonuses because effectively it just deletes the rest. Or
Yeah.
I don't need to factor in rest times. But I can't just montage the whole thing at once because my percentages will go up each time I hit a new point in mechanics.
That is the downside.
So we'll just do it one at a time for, So 200. I could do it a day at a time. And yeah, I think I will be doing the mythmatic chant as well as the mechanics at the same time. Means if I succeed, I only get a plus 30 instead of a plus 70. I guess I was getting a. Hold on. Yeah. Anyway, Sandwich.
I'm going to triple that because I don't have duality for help here. So
You could have Vicarious for help with willpower training. No, actually, no, you can't because he's
working on you. His focus is on
he's
you. So that's
completely
completely
focused.
fine. Yeah. At least 50% of it. But, if you have other things you need to
No, he said
continue
completely.
working his.
Matt's like
Okay.
the first time
So
I've seen this. So
72. And I add the 7 for base.
yeah, we'll just do it a day at a time then. That's 42 D100s. Less than
Sweet.
11. Sweet.
I've reached 200 willpower.
Oh, cool. 5, 6, 7. Whoa! 3 1s in the day,
Fucking A.
which are all. So I got 3 1s, and those 3 1s are also replicated by the stopwatch.
Jump.
You got a 99, a 98, and a 97. Like you got real close to some 100s.
No 100s though. So 5 successes, 3 of them are 1s, and each are at plus 30 for the progress.
12. You're at 12.
And you were saying that the 1s, instead of giving me the D4 or a bonus, just increase my 12 what?
The 12 that you rolled? Because you went up.
Oh, I guess
the
it did
ones.
go up.
Yep.
Each
So
of the
there's
ones
that.
did go up.
Yeah.
So I got 12 successes then?
Well, no, I don't know if it's 12 successes, but that I see 112 there.
12 counts.
Yeah.
I think the 12 is the only thing that hits the threshold because that
Yes, so
14.
six successes then, with 3 nat ones.
Yep, which increases my rolls by 6 total because those are doubled.
Doubled. Yep.
So on a roll of 16 or less now. That was insanely lucky. Early
And
on, at
42
least.
rolls. Yeah, 100%. That there was almost a double one there that happened. Actually, no, it's half. So it literally was a double one that just happened in a row.
Oh, it was a double one that happened in a row. But we already established what happens with ones while I'm using my training here.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so a day happened, and then I guess I rest for a day.
2, 3. Because it's 11, 12.
There's only one other roll that became a success there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually 12 successes though, because of the 12 counts, because it's doubled, right?
Oh, yeah, it is 12 successes. So that's
Somehow that worked out together.
Numbers! What do they mean?
so 12 by 30 progress. And you were saying that this I'm learning something else when using this mythmatic chant as well. And I don't know what the progress is for that. But I also hit movement mechanics 2. 12 by 30.
Yeah, that
364
that one nat
progress.
one has just completely magnitude your progress in a sense.
It's not affecting this, but it does affect the sword training because I don't have a massive negative to my base progress.
Okay.
This, it is definitely, I think, about the same. Now
Okay.
it's better because it's at the 16.
Yeah.
But when it was at 10, it was 1% worse.
Right. Okay.
Whereas for the sword training, which I don't have a massive negative to progress, I could multiply the multiplier instead.
Gotcha.
Because if I don't multiply one of the base numbers right now, I don't get progress. In fact, I get negative progress, which is bad, especially at times 10. Is it of 300 for movement 1-3, Matt?
For movement? Oh, for level 2?
Yeah, I completed level 2.
You got money level 2.
And I'm guessing it's just increase the numbers by 1?
Yep, made that of 300. We gotta get you the,
I also completed level
oh,
3 then.
I also completed level 3.
Yeah.
How much progress you get per roll, fool?
30. Successful.
Damn. You're only doing the -5, -50, right?
No, I was doing the chant as well, which is another -5, which is why it's only plus 30 instead of plus 70 per roll.
Oh, because of the specific multipliers.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, hold on. So, it was movement mechanics level 2, or 1-2. Got that.
Okay,
And
I'm just adding it to the base of the movement mechanics.
Yeah.
And then I completed 1-3 as well with 40 progress to spare.
Okay. And keep stacking.
Okay.
Then we gotta do mathematics.
I'm assuming is a lot bigger progress number, but I'm not sure. And then this is 1-3. 3. Or, sorry, 1-4 is what we're at. And that was a full day, and then I'm going to be resting for a full day after that. So Lar has 5 DTS to do to catch up.
Gotcha. You're including the one I just did, right? So
Yes, so
Perfect.
6. Mathematic chant, thrum frequency. We are at 360 of that, though, which is good. Funnily enough, I don't think I'm getting as much progress as quickly as I do with Inkyoma when he's researching. He gets a lot.
yeah, I remember you telling me about like your int stuff you got with him. It was like what a based off your int bonus, wasn't it?
Yes, it's based on the int bonus.
Right. So, and you got like a shatter or something applied to that. So
I got a shatter, but it has since decreased by like 5 from where it was because of my weird ways
yeah,
of getting and
your
losing.
insanity. Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
It's technically good, or it is statistically a good way to get intelligence. Sometimes that doesn't work out, though.
Mm-hmm.
On a roll of a 1 to 18 at this point. It isn't an automatic success, though, on a roll below 18, I'm assuming. It just is 10 times progress if it is successful, and damage is pure if successful.
All right, I'm gonna work on my Path of the Sword while I do this.
Minus 100? Good thing I can't succeed unless it's an 18 or lower anyway.
Got him. But isn't it -5 progress? Is that what I'm looking at too? If you fail?
Yeah, it's if I succeed, it's -5 progress.
Oh, if you succeed. Okay.
It's just a -5 modifier, or -10 modifier to progress.
Gotcha.
But the way that least favorite sound works anyway, even if I would fail it, the combat rolls deal no damage, and the failed rolls, or the rolls above 18, provide no progress. So would not give negative progress anyway.
Nice.
Bona, 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 bum, bum, bum.
Bum, 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 bum.
I am going to be continuing on my my swing while you're asleep.
If he's asleep, unfortunately,
I'm not getting the
Molly-
bonus. That's why I would.
Oh
do
yeah, you're not
6
getting the
instead of
bonus for
7.
the.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, you've got 2 DTSs in which I am awake and training.
So I guess I can just put those in right now. So for the last one, then,
So it'd be 2 more rolls there.
70.
And then I guess while I'm asleep, you can go train willpower, since you're not going to be getting any benefit.
Oh, I'm
from
not
me
training.
anyway.
I'm not training willpower anymore. I'm already maxed. That I wanted to be.
Oh, got it.
I'm at 200 willpower.
Okay.
Okay, and then those other 2 DTS that I'm not with you, Matt. I'm gonna go into the card, and I'm going to work on my alchemy. with my spring sect guy.
Sure.
So we're gonna do it together in a sense, because I can't read with my new eyeballs, and so with Whiptop Giles, we'd go through the book together. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, you guys can go through the book together.
So slash R 6100 and then 6100 again. My alchemy is a 70 roll, so anything that's below a 70. And those 98s though, are 92 and a 93 and a 99. The 92 I'm going to reroll with a fate point. Awesome. Because the
So-
90s. Oh, go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, we definitely, because they haven't fully set up the alchemy lab.
Yeah.
So they're only able to give you a +10/+1.
Oh, sweet. So that's nice. But at least
Yeah.
we can make progress compared to not.
Yes. The cool part also is the more you expand your alchemy and the more you upgrade the card and the more goods you provide them,
Mhm.
the alchemy lab is just gonna rack and stack the +10/+1s, and
Yeah.
you can get pretty high, especially if you have like an entire campus devoted to just alchemy.
Yeah.
Which you do. So.
The whole sect devoted to just alchemy in a sense.
Yeah, and you show up, you go to the main lab. All the other facilities are just funneling their resources and power into that lab, and maybe one day it's like, I get +150 and +15, or maybe something even way higher.
So I had to roll willpower for the 93 and 99. I realized I didn't even have to re-roll the one if I wanted to, because I just had to roll willpower. But I passed them both, so I stay awake. What about him? Does he stay awake?
He
As
has
we're reading?
assistants that poke him awake.
Okay.
They literally have a little needle or a little shock
yeah.
stick, and they go, "Zzz," and he's like, ah!
All right. I mean, I could also just probably give him a smack, be like, "Hey," because like I'm so awake. But still boring. Okay. I'm caught up then.
It's interesting. I'm actually going to give you some cool information for your eyeballs. Watching people, enter slumber is the polygons do a weird thing.
Yeah.
They kind of settle a little bit.
Interesting.
They still move and vibrate and thrum, but they're not kind of this free-flowing motion. They kind of settle like you would silt on the bottom of a still pond after being stirred up. Or
Interesting.
Yeah, certain polygons stack differently, like the diffusion of oil and water with layers. So you can actually tell if someone's for sure asleep or if they're not by looking at the polygons and the way they settle.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So if someone's just meditating, because meditating, the polygons settle differently. They're still aware, but they're not asleep.
Gotcha.
You can also definitely 100% tell if someone's faking it.
Yes.
Because the polygons will absolutely settle differently.
Mhm.
And you'll even have it so that they even look like they're vibrating instead of just this kind of thrum.
Gotcha.
This kind of gentle. You can also feel killing intent because the polygons do this weird spiral, like this buzzsaw spiral. Like certain really small ones, just they go crazy.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you're playing on hard mode, but there are certain things on hard mode that you can't get on easy mode.
Yes, exactly. Truth, for example. So yeah, I'm all caught up. I went through 2 days of no sleep, so that is 6, and then 4,
Sleep.
5, 6.
Hard move. Let's go.
That's 10, 15 plus 6 is 21.
So
fatigue I
that
have.
was 2 days. Do we want Chumpo to do like investigation rolls or searching while we're?
Wait, yeah,
Mhm.
we're gonna hop to him, but also for the people who completed the first books on alchemy. I know, Johnny, you're well on your way, if not already there.
I completed one of the books, but I didn't
You
complete
got to
the.
complete all 4 to get the thing.
Okay.
A chunk post completed all 4 now as well.
Yeah. So you have the. That's not how that's spelled. Um, You are now the scholarly alchemy prospect. Lowest of the low on the rung of alchemy. You have just read the basic books.
Hmm.
But you are ready to start your trade. You do require a basic fire technique, some equipment, and the materials. You also need the blueprint formula to do some of the basic ones, but they're in the last book. They have recommendations. The one that you're going to have the most intimate relationship with going forward as a basic alchemy student is a stamina boosting pill.
Oh yeah, for key and stuff. Yeah.
Not even for key. These are for
Oh,
people
just for
who
the
haven't
basic,
even developed
right.
key.
Yeah. Gotcha.
These don't even have key boosting in them. This is just a stamina boosting pill.
Mhm.
The success rate for students who try and make it past this point is 50%.
Nice.
Half the students cannot even do the basic pill. It is a very, very basic pill recipe. You don't have it, but if you get to checkpoint 2, you probably could get one. The ingredients are relatively cheap if you're not poor.
Of course.
So for a poor person to make an attempt at this, if you're at a marketplace that is specifically an alchemy hub, you can try the pill once to make you can buy the ingredients enough for 5 middling grade heaven and earth crystals.
Gotcha.
If you're poor, this is a steep hurdle. If it's a not alchemy hub, prices go up a lot.
For sure.
And this is the most basic pill. There are some other ones, but this is going to be the one. If you can't make this one, quit alchemy. It's not meant for you.
Too
Your
bad I
equipment,
never give up.
Yeah, your equipment, your lab, your tools, and your materials all matter.
Yep.
And they will provide you bonuses or negatives, quirks, both positive for good or for ill. Everything in alchemy is factored into the process. So, there's also a note for alchemy even if you buy the best equipment around, some equipment is far above the user's capacity to use it properly. Buy equipment that is suitable to your level, and most importantly, to what fire technique you will be using. Because certain pills need a specific type of fire, and if you have a special fire, you're never going to be able to complete that recipe because that fire does not promote the formation of that pill. So certain furnaces can actually help you neutralize certain qualities and or basically help you make that pill despite having special strange fire.
Nice.
But there is a note. If you have a special fire, congratulations, but there is a downside. If you don't have a pure Taiji fire, which is really hard to maintain, which is a fire that is so neutral, has it's like perfect 0.
Mhm.
Especially if you have a named fire, you are going to be really blessed in making of certain pills, but you are going to be super cursed in making other pills. But not all, but as alchemists, you don't have to make every pill in the world. That's why there's so many alchemists. So don't despair if you can't. If your fire is a powerful yang fire and you can never make a yin pill, it's never going to happen because your fire is too domineering and it'll just destroy the that pill. But if you make a yang fire pill, it's going to be such high quality, and it's going to be much easier for you to make. So the last page has a little bit of encouragement and pat on the shoulder, maybe a pat on the butt, kind of like, go get them. We believe in you.
You got this.
Yeah, you got this. Don't give up. Feels kind of nice.
Yeah.
But you're at this stage. The pill recipe, when you have it in hand, will tell you what your positive and negatives will be to make it.
Gotcha.
And then, of course, everything else goes into the factoring of that. In fact, you guys, with your current setup, could end up getting this pill done really quickly if you don't have good equipment. But we'll see.
Who needs a furnace when you can just use the pressure and heat from clenching your fists together?
That is the a penultimate alchemy technique, which is called formless alchemy. You just float the ingredients up, and then you basically do alchemy in the midair. It's like war dancing for geometrics. And you just control the different temperatures and the process, and you mix them, and you don't even need a furnace, and you just collapse it with pressure. So, yeah.
Could I do that with gravatics?
Who the fuck
Eventually?
knows? You could do it with geometrics. Make an literally indestructible furnace.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm caught up with Lyron. We got that information for Chung Po and me when I complete mine. And Chung Po rolls now for some investigation / categorization / whatever.
Yep. Even if you roll a 100 or a 99, you will find something.
Okay.
Are these luck things or what are these?
We'll just be doing 100s. 100s. You get one a day. Or sorry, 3 a day. 1 for each DTS.
Okay.
You just got to tell me which section, because you have 4 sections of your treasury, which ones you want to go through.
Okay.
And you can choose the same one over and over and over again. Even if it feels like you've run out of stuff to find, there's probably more stuff to find, just more hidden, or hidden in plain sight, or something silly. It's only when the wealth factor starts to really deplete, then the hidden things will start to disappear.
Okay. Let's take a look. I'll just go ahead and do a batch roll of 3 on section 3 of cultivation manuals, records, instructionals, and knowledge, and word it as helping to categorize or organize for mini lore keeper as they are going through and doing their thing. Will that work?
Give me them rolls. Yeah,
And they're just
perfectly fine.
They're just D100 rolls, not like skill or anything.
Nah.
Okay.
Okay.
83, 6, and 24.
Yeah. 83 is pretty simple. You find a series of books that is just called licking paper. Basically, it's not particularly a book as it is a bunch of swatches of poison.
Okay.
You can use it as a bunch of different things, but the primary use of it is to have the disciple lick the page and go, I regret the world.
Okay.
Yep. It is also, the pages are highly soluble in water. So if you drop a page, or even a corner of a page, in a pot of tea, you will ruin that person, depending on their cultivation. The pages in there do have annotations. There's this little like corner where it's just normal paper, telling you what it is. And they give a rating of lethality and a bunch of side effects. Like, if ingested, you should see these effects. If not, be concerned.
Okay.
There is a little asterisk to explain why you should be concerned. Certain special physiques will promote unique and or special symptoms. Certain physiques will make the symptoms significantly worse or leading to explosive death. Or no effect at all. So, if you're a special snowflake, poisons may work different on you, for good or for ill. But for the majority of the people, you should see these symptoms in this time frame.
Okay.
There is an interesting little tidbit on the top right corner instead of the top left. There is a PL rating, as in where you should be. Like there's a number attached to it, PL. Probably for the Poison Lust book. As the little swatches go further in, because they're all ordered in lethality, the PL rating goes up in almost conjunction with the lethality rating going up. It doesn't jump as high, but it does incrementally go up. The weird part is the swatches you found, the licking paper, the PL rating never goes above 1.
Okay.
Last page is 0.9.
Interesting.
And the lethality rating is like 10.
Oh dear.
Murder, death. You find a whole bunch of these. Multitudes of them. You basically find a set of 10. So if you ever feel like
licking some paper.
Yeah, licking some paper. You got plenty of options.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Gotta lick them all.
Yeah.
Basically.
They're also really easy to carry around in wax paper, and then just dropping bits of it, because you can crumple it up in your fingers. it will very much expose you to it if you do it with your bare fingers. But if you're poisoning you, who cares? But you can crumple it into anything that has water.
Gotcha. And
Um,
transfer. Yeah.
Or you can just drop the whole thing in, and it'll dissolve pretty quickly. Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah. So multiple uses. The 6, you and Lord Keeper think you found the beginner set.
Nice.
Yep. Lord Keeper's still going through it and would like to verify with the other ones, but there is nothing more basic than, hey kids, would you like to learn poison? Oh boy, should we? You shall. Here's how. And it's almost stuff you've already learned. Like the first one is how to open your poison key. You've already opened your key, and you have poison key. So it's even telling you how to activate key out of stamina. So the doorkeeper's like, I don't know if it gets more basic than this, but there might be.
Can't know until we verify.
Yeah. And there's another book that goes alongside it called Mastering the First 10 Poisons. Both in identifying, making, and enduring.
Nice. Okay.
You don't have to worry about enduring. These are very basic. And looking through it, the effects range from mild to lethal to a normal person. So, like the first one is it causes headaches and blurry vision. Next one is causes very potent nausea. One is like they're going to be hugging a toilet because diarrhea. Like all of like the 10 most basic mundane normal poisons.
Gotcha.
You're already immune to these. But you do know how to make. If you read this book, you'll know how to make them.
Alrighty.
Yep. So, the most basic of basic poisons of the books you've seen. So, yeah, 2 really solid books, and then Lord Keeper's like, I think this might be our base point, and we can kind of build everything off of this, unless I find something else, which I don't think so. But since you're spending your own time, you'll prevent the Lord Keeper from touching a certain book that just gives you the wrong feeling. And you kind of snatch it first, and you realize, good thing my skin is like bark.
Yeah.
Because as you pull it out, it's this twisted black hide.
Oh.
Has no title, no indicator, no nothing, and it's locked. So yeah, it's this twisted and gnarled and just pitch black leather hide. Probably from some sort of weird creature. It burns your fingers to the touch, even with all that armor.
Yike. Okay.
Yeah, you'll take 1 damage touching it. And you kind of put that in the no corner. But behind it, because it's a single digit, you'll find a tag that they tried to put on it, which unfortunately the tag melted on the contact point over time.
Okay.
Yep. It is called the Study of Basilisks.
Study of basilisks. Interesting.
Yeah. So it's made of basilisk hide, and the basilisks have a very weird poison because they look at you.
Yeah. Petrification.
Yeah. So how does one extract that?
Yeah.
But you're pretty certain if you read that book, you'll know. Okay. Found one of the rare books.
One more. You said what of basilisks?
A
Sorry.
study. A study.
A study. Okay.
Yeah. And then 24, tucked behind some books that are very helpful in studying poison resistance. Each of these books comes like one of those weird textbooks with the appropriate supplies attached in the same shrink wrap. Each one comes with a stasis talisman jar of the associated poison pills, which you're supposed to take along the curriculum. You find at least 24 of these, which means if you ever want to train someone, you'll have all the materials and the reading stuff for them. Yep. So this one is resisting basic to low-level poisons. Basically, it's a stage 2 stuff. So you found the stage 0, which is what you were looking for with the 6, along with some other stuff. This is stage 2. So you need to find stage 1.
Gotcha.
How does do?
That I believe is my full day though of just finding things.
Yep. All right.
We went
sorry,
through 2 days. You should do another.
Sorry, one more time. What was that? The
Say-
sublayer?
We went through 2 days. You should go through another.
Oh, whoopsies. Gotcha. And what was the shrink wrap has all the material poison called again? Those books. You said 24 of them? Or a dozen? Shit.
Yeah, 24. Just about 24, yeah.
Okay. 24 shrink books. I'll just put it like that. With materials to learn. Okay. Alrighty. Do another 3. Let's go ahead and try. We'll try number 4. The loot box simulator of dangerous sealed calamitous ends.
Yep.
This is a
really,
luck roll,
really-
though, right?
Yep. Yeah, those are luck. Fortunately,
Okay.
they're all sealed.
I'm going to be applying a Destiny Fragment on his luck roll
Okay.
with hard luck, because that allows me to do it to other people.
Okay.
You also get a +5, plus or minus, whichever way you want to look, Chung Po. Yeah. Do you want to do this for all 3 of your rolls, or just one of them?
Do one, see what happens, and we'll go from there.
Sure. Okay,
19.
that's awesome. So with a +5 difference, that's going to be a 14 with peak
24.
narrative.
Is the idea of smaller numbers here still better, or is that like would I be better off?
It's hard to say, because if you roll really, really well,
Mhm.
it may outclass you on such a scale you'll never be able to use it until zone 3 or whatever. Like whenever you get to a point that's echelons higher than where you are.
14's a good range, though.
If you have something more towards the middle, like 50 to 51, You might find something that you could probably use either immediately or very near soon, because it's just you found something in the middle spectrum.
Hmm.
It's not special. It's not horrendous. It's just middle of the road.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll shoot for the high number, or we'll shoot for the 14. At least find something big.
What do you want to use the peak narrative with? How do you want to apply it?
I'm not quite sure what I've found yet. I'm not sure what I would use
You
it
got to
for.
tell me what you want to use the peak narrative for before we because it could change what you find.
Yeah, do you want to focus on some path? Like, do you want it to be like this thing instead of Mac giving you a randomized option? Do you want it to be more of something?
There are seeded ones, yeah.
Yeah.
Anything poison resistance at the end of the day is what Chunpo would be shooting for first. So any body enhancement that could allow Chunpo to avoid or poison resistance, venom resistance, yeah, anything like that. Resistances.
You find your way. Kind of wandering through just the large, almost like pedestal garden of stuff. You'll find a pedestal with something called a Zorilla stone fruit. It does look like it's made out of stone, but it has these spikes coming out of it.
Okay.
It is covered in preservation talismans.
Alrighty. Just I'm worried about interacting with this too much, but how exactly do these loot boxes work? How would I use one? And
You
would
would
it
need
just
to look at the security on it.
Okay.
And if you wanted access to it, you'd have to break the seal.
Hmm.
But if you break the seal, the protection ends. So if
Gotcha.
you're not ready to open it, and it just decides to go, oh, you broke the seal, you may not have been able to see it, but I am not good to be around. Or maybe it's benign. I don't know. You do feel that this is going to be very important, but maybe not immediately.
Alrighty. The next two, let's go ahead and look at. Scrolled and I lost my spot. Let's go for the last two, going for dangerous and hazardous cultivation materials.
Level 2.
R2D 100.
Ooh, nice one. Tasty.
Very tasty. All right, 72. We're going to go in order. You definitely do find some, let's say, alchemy materials for some of the level 2 poison pills. They're nice and organized, categorized, labeled. The labels actually unfold into this very durable, almost papyrus kind of linked paper, so it doesn't break or crinkle or fall apart when you fold it. And it gives you a very lengthy explanation of where this was found, its extraction process, what quality it is. Just all the good information, what it's best used in. You find a whole medicine drawer or a cabinet with all these drawers filled with this stuff of all different types and varieties. Very well organized.
Okay. So let's see, medicine cabinet of materials.
Yeah. Do you want a handout just for the poison stuff?
Yeah, the right now I'm just filling up a whole nother thing of everything that we're writing
Let's
on.
get
So
your handout. Gun of the Poe. And you can, of course, change it.
yeah,
More than Vault Loot. Plus other. Alright, Mr. Poe, let's put this on you, put this here, and then we're just going to slide this right underneath your character sheet. There we go. Very nice. Just for you.
nice.
Alright. The one. You're going to find the 1000 poison body cultivation art with the 1000 poisons required for the 1000 poison body. It's,
Okay, 1000 poison cultivation art.
no, it's the 1000 poison body
1000 poison body. Okay.
art. Basic. It's not a cultivation manual. This is how to get a special physique.
Mm.
The 1000 poison body is you are immune to the first 1000 or the lowest tier 1000 poisons. So, which honestly, that's 900 more than you have to normally worry about.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And there is a chest with each individual box of a single sample. It's just something very small, individually packaged and wrapped, of each of the 1000 lowest poisons. The rating on these are based off of the poison practice. So these are still super lethal, but they're the least powerful of the hierarchy, which there are hundreds of thousands of poisons, if not more.
Mm.
These are the least lethal, or the most easy to deal with. But still, 1000 poison bodies, nuts. The downside is normally this would take 1000 days to ingest. You have special physique already, because you're immune to the majority of them. But you still being exposed to them would build up your poison resistance.
Hmm.
And if you completed the curriculum, you would gain the 1000 poison body, and you would only be taking 9 points of damage a day.
Okay,
Wait,
so
it was a D10 of damage. It's 5.5 on average.
yeah,
You would be rolling a d9 instead.
okay.
Oh,
I mean, hey, that's less.
you put a really bad poison in your body.
Yeah.
And don't forget about your spirit bone too.
Oh yeah, this will enhance your spirit bone by an entire star level. If you complete this.
Okay.
Wouldn't it also decrease the amount of time needed to do this technique by 10%?
Yeah, it would, because this would be you need 1000. Yeah, it's 1000%, but the most you can take in a day is 3.
Hmm.
Because it's 1 per DTS, and most of the time individuals have to take 1 per day because they have to spend the other 2 DTS recovering.
Yeah.
On the toilet.
Or some individuals never complete this curriculum.
Okay.
They just die in there.
Yeah. And since it's a 1, there is a note that says, do not consume if practicing the poison lust manual until you reach level 1.
Okay.
So this would be very good for you in any which way you use this art and the materials inside. But if you wait until you have the poison lust and you reach the first level practice, apparently there's explosive growth
Nice.
alongside this. So it's up to you. If you end up practicing the poison lust manual, probably wait. If you are not wanting to learn that ever, probably eat it now. So
Alrighty. sorry, processing the information. You said if
If-
I wanted to go down the Poison Lust manual to hold
Wait.
off.
Yep.
Okay.
Hold off using this.
Okay. Then I will hold off.
Okay, you actually do. Okay. Yeah, this will be a big springboard for you if you get the everything online.
That was the one. The 72 is just
Medicine cabinet
medicine
for alchemy.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Level 2 medicine cabinet alchemy ingredients. So
Okay. Level 2. Gotcha.
yeah, level 2. Because level 0, they don't really do alchemy. They just do the basics of poison, which are the first 10 mundane, common, non-cultivator poisons. That's level 0. Level 1 is when you actually start making something interesting that affect cultivators. It could be anywhere from discomfort to death. You know, anywhere in that wonderful range. Level 2 is when you start making stuff that like hurts established cultivators. Like stuff you're like, this is the 100-year yin flower ice poison. And this guy is like, what's the resist on that? It's minus 120 toughness. And if you fail it, I make it worse because of my physique. What does it do? It halves all of your action economy.
Jeez.
Like, dude, poisons are nuts. You get to play with something equally as dangerous to you as it is to everyone you subject it to. And since you have the poison spirit bone with a special wood physique, like, you don't have to Ragnarok your planet. You can leave all of it intact if you'd like, going down this path. Not that you said you wanted to, but but there are also poisons that you could just go, I expose it to the atmosphere, which ignites it.
Oh. Okay.
That's some high level stuff. Yeah, this is cultivator bullshit, like magic shit. You know, like you can do whatever. You just got to get up to the high enough level.
Can I poison incarnates? Or so high level that it's just like, okay, you
Of course you can. You just got
cool.
to get up to that level and be like, I poison you with this. You're the incarnate of pollution. Well, this poison cleans and purifies anything it touches. Oh, it kills you? Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, damn.
What's up, buddy? I was just trying to help you out, yeah? You seem kind of dirty. Or you could start doing like paracausal poisons and poison people's rolls.
You can, yeah. At the higher levels. You can even have it so that if they roll a D100 to do anything, if they roll a 10 or less, it just auto crit fails.
I need to figure out what my poison fate actually entails versus my regular fate, but I'll figure that out whenever I get to that point.
This is a very long game. You got a lot of time to figure things out.
Gotcha.
Ton of time.
But that's my second day as the 3DTS. When do I need to start worrying about falling asleep because I'm just rolling 3DTS every time? Oh, speaking of, I need to take 2d10. 14. Okay.
Ouch. So pain. Much less than 1%.
Okay.
All right, we're back to everyone being on the same page.
Yeah. I think we're at day 9 because we just did 2 more days.
2 days.
Yep, 7 plus 2.
All right, cool. Making sure.
Yes.
Lyron, I'm getting a little tired. And I know you just rested. How about we have, take the morning, let's do some stuff, and then I'm gonna go take a rest myself. And then I'll catch back up to you with you.
I suppose that works. I think I'm going to keep training here. You can do your other stuff. By the way, have you seen Poe lately?
No, I figured he was off doing his own stuff. But we could literally talk to him. Poe, what you doing? As I touch my my little piece on my breast and click the button.
Oh right, we have comm systems.
You're the one. You're the one in charge of that.
It does not connect to him while he's in there.
Oh, he's that's weird. Chuck Poe. Oh, all right. Well, I have no idea what he's doing.
Huh. I'm sure he's fine. He's got this.
He's got this exactly. So I'm at 36
I would like to
fatigue.
take my negative quality for the session to take. You've got this, fam.
Cool. I'm actually thinking about picking up a negative quality here as well. I'm going to pick up Rock in a Hard Place for myself.
Where is You've Got This, fam? Is that
Let me copy paste
social
it for you.
process?
I got you.
No.
I got you. I think that's
Oh
the
right, you
easiest.
can.
I have it, right? Got this, fam. It's actually only a 4-star.
Oh, it's a 4-star. Is it just like an intelligence check to see if
Yes. Yeah. Stacking
they've got
intelligence
this?
tests. Yeah.
I will take it.
Easy. I'm picking
Each
up a.
time they fail at a
mysterious quality.
task, trying again increases the penalty by stacking. Huh. They for sure got this, even if they are dying.
I've started a trend for sure. It's
Oh
only
well,
fair.
yeah. I didn't realize it was a 4-star, but I also didn't realize that it just became worse and worse if you kept failing or succeeding, rather.
Yeah. So yeah, Matt, I'd like to pick up Rock in a Hard Place if I can.
The negative quality?
Yes.
Alright, let's take a peek at it.
I posted it in chat.
Oh, you posted it in chat. Oh. Yikes.
I'd
right.
also like to spend some merit on this if I can.
I mean, that's what it's for.
Yeah, I'd like to spend a Spirit Select on it to remove the mysterious results and just make it a natural 100.
Done.
Okay. I guess I'll continue a day of training, which is then. Let me see what my mathematics out of minus 100 currently is, which is minus 100 plus 10, reduce the penalty by, so it's just minus 70. So on a 51 or less, that was also not actually a success because I have to roll under a, what is it at this point? Scroll all the way down. Under an 18. Roll 41 D100 less than 18. Ooh, another
Nice.
1.
Easy. You're doing 2 days again, right? 2 days.
I'm doing a day and then resting.
Oh, you're doing one day. 1 day. You're just doing 1 day. Gotcha.
Yeah, do a full day, and then I rest, and then I get the full stopwatch each time for resting a full day. So each one of these is 2 days for me. That 100 is not a 100. So the 19 doesn't increase. I didn't get any other. Actually, I did. I did get a success past that. So that's 8 successes.
The 19.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be eating a sandwich. I'm going to be applying a plus 200 and spending 80 key. I think that's what it is. No, 40 key. 40 key to do that.
So 16 times 30. 280. Okay.
I'm going to times 40 by 3 to give me 120 progress. On
Plus
my
20
skill.
minus 400. So we're on difficulty 1-5. I'm assuming difficulty 1 goes probably up to 10.
Hmm.
Difficulty 1 of movement mechanics goes up to difficulty 10. Or sorry, difficulty 1 has 10 stages rather, is what I'm
Yes, it
guessing.
does. Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll just keep with this current math, and I will let you know when I get to 110, or complete 110 rather.
Yep.
And the movement mechanics bonus to damage only applies to physical attacks, right?
For now, yes.
Okay. For this,
Most of the movement mechanics will only ever be physical until you reach energy synchronicity,
Mhm.
which is where you are actually able to use movement mechanics in tandem with energy infusion, which is using ki, using qigong, and other energies.
least favorite sounds up to 21.
Mm-hmm.
Least favorite sound is up to 21 for the roll
Very nice.
ceiling.
Adjust.
Yes.
For now, it can't go any higher than 50.
50. Okay.
But soon, you'll be able to get it right all the time. It's just you have to get your movement mechanics up.
Yep.
But you can definitely feel it, though. It is very hard, and you're only learning it in your arm, which you're smart enough to be able to do the same thing in your left arm with a little bit of practice. You could step up the difficulty to level 2, which will include more of your body.
Okay. I don't know that I can do that. Well, I can probably do that if I'm not also learning the chant at the same time.
Correct.
We're almost done learning the thrum frequency for the chant. I'm at 840 on that, so that's cool.
Yeah. Oddly enough, you're also learning advanced mathematics through a chant.
Is that a separate skill? Because that would already be maxed out.
Once you have completed the thrum frequency, it not only gives you the next level of mathematics, it also gives you the thrum frequency, which is something that you can use in the middle of combat or throughout combat. Vicarious says, if there is ever a time in which you absolutely have to give it your all, which is very rare for Vicarious, but they had to use it when fighting the tree, you would use your mathematic chant during the fight. You would be reciting it as you fight. So it's a combat chant. But can be used during meditation and other things, including training. So, what you get for learning Zone 6 stuff. Hard to pick up. There's way too many steps. It's not meant for people because you're not a robot.
Hey, it's already providing a ×2 multiplier to the progress Vicarious is giving me right now.
Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice?
I think it's not helping, but ooh, you got a 100.
I did get a 100, and it was on doing the my Path of the Sword, and I'm doing it while you're incorporating your sword technique as well. And I'm wondering if my Tao of Failure would come into play here in this situation.
It does come in really hard.
I would like to use one of my Destiny fragments on this then.
Okay.
And
It gives you 5. Wait, it gives you how many narrative points?
5 for peak narrative.
Okay.
And I want to apply it in a way of understanding for myself here. Yeah, that's how I want to apply the peak there.
I don't know if we've already started exploring this.
Mhm.
It's called breakpoint.
Breakpoint. No, we haven't.
Mm-mm.
How a sword breaks.
Okay.
Because you swing your sword and it just utterly breaks.
Right.
It's not a crack. It's not a chip. It is the blade shatters from the front to the hilt.
Right. Okay. Excellent.
Yeah. Doesn't even break in half. It's just, it's like 18 different pieces. Critical failure of the blade.
Okay.
And your peak narrative is Path of the Blade has another hidden underlying learning set. Because you can learn how to use a sword. Problem is, sword is a tool, and eventually tools break.
Right.
Even black iron meteorite swords have a break point. It's
Right.
much harder to achieve.
Of course.
But they do. Every sword has a break point. If you find a sword without a break point, it's a flawless blade, and then you have a different problem.
Okay. Yeah.
The more poor quality the sword is, the more breakpoints it has. If it is hit in the area where the sword is weak, but it does not reach that breakpoint threshold, that's where chips and dulling comes in.
Yes. Right.
But then what that does is it permanently reduces that breakpoint threshold on that location. So the more you chip away at that point, then eventually it's paper thin and you hit it one more time and it breaks.
Right.
When you swing a sword, if you can figure out the feel of it, if you're going for like an instinct thing, or you can try and go about it logically. But once you pick a path on how you want to find the breakpoints of a sword, stick to it. Don't try and commingle. You can even just use your Tao as an option because you're using failure Tao. So if you want to try and use your Tao whenever you cross blades with something, or you hit something, or a sword hits something that even if you're not wielding it, you could potentially leverage your Tao and feel out breakpoints.
Well, couldn't I also utilize my eyes here?
Absolutely. Your eyes will, if there is a resonance to get the polygons excited to the point where they move, you could absolutely just see breakpoints.
Right.
And because you're looking at breakpoints, if you master the art of breakpoints enough, you can use your eyes to then translate that same concept to other things.
Mm-hmm.
First of which would be different weapon types. And then eventually, people. Because even people have breakpoints, which is their cultivation. What did they build? Just like a sword, you're tempering, you used materials, you used the process, you shaped it, tempered it. Most people are still blades that are hot. and they're constantly applying it. But over time, it starts to cool. Or in certain cases, you quench it, depending on the cultivation technique. And then when you're ready, you reheat it and start again. Well, people can have breakpoints too, especially if they study all the wrong things.
Yeah, mental breakpoints, physical breakpoints,
Especially physical.
Right.
You're going to find a lot of people, especially in Zone 1, with a ton of breakpoints because they either don't have the right resources,
they still need
were
to
taught
temper
the wrong
themselves,
things.
right? They need to improve their body and their minds in different ways.
Yeah. A lot of people will do things out of desperation, such as they had a lucky encounter with a very rare resource, and instead of refining it, they just ate it.
This brings up an interesting point. A cultivator novel John and I listen or read is there was this place called the Perennial Vastness, and what it was is a place where you would build your cultivator core, and during battles, like you could find, and I wouldn't really call it breakpoints, but flaws in your cultivator core design. And in this case, it's like I'm looking at a concept that I have, and it's whatever the breakpoint of that concept is a failure, and where they can improve on, right? But if in this case, it's like I can find a breakpoint of their concept they have, or in their DAO discussion, or something along those lines, and I can find the breakpoint, introduce the failure, and that's how that happens. So this is really it should be really interesting to move up upon.
Your failure DAO is going to be your cheat code here, because most people have to feel out that particular aspect. But your failure DAO just lets you kind of instinctually lean in, and your eyes just allow you to straight up cheat.
Yeah. And I think that's great, because this is a way for people to improve and learn from their failures, and
if you
introduce failure.
Problem with your eyes, though,
yes,
is if you go after those polygons in such a way that isn't gentle, the breakpoint will be so catastrophic there is no learning from it. They're just crippled. It's over. You've not only introduced failure, you blew out the entire foundation.
Well, this is why they are in apps, the critical failure catalysts. So this is great.
Yes. But there are going to be very rare things that are flawless. More often objects or resources.
Right.
Very, very few people are flawless. In fact, even Riveth may not even be flawless. They definitely would have breakpoints, but they'd be almost impossible to exploit without the proper ability to.
Well, you also brought this up. Being perfect or flawless in this case can be a detriment, because you can't improve upon yourself if you're perfect.
Perfect is worse. Flawless is...
Oh, yeah, I suppose.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Flawless you can improve. It's just you're flawless up to the point you're at.
Yeah. Great. I think that's great insights. Do I count that 100 as the insight, or do I count it as a Martial DAO point here?
Count it as insight and D5 plus 5 Martial DAO points of failure.
5 plus 5. Eh? I will take her.
Your sword is completely borked.
Yeah, that's my good sword. So it is what it is. That's the sword I've had since our slot machine thing.
This is why you use practice swords.
Exactly. And I couldn't have said. I mean, I should have, but I didn't bring that up. So I'm not going to say like, hey, no, I didn't do that, because I would have been continued to use it. So yeah.
You could still probably collect the pieces and keep it for later, because you might be able to retemper it.
Sweet.
And just like in the Enigma game, reforge it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of, and this is a great reason to improve it anyway, because that's one of the things I wanted to do with it. So yeah, awesome.
You could also try and this is out of character, weird idea as a jam came to head. You could introduce or try and practice breakpoint weapons,
Mhm.
where you purposely exploit your own weapon's breakpoint so that it breaks on the enemy, sending all those shards through their defenses.
Oh
and
yeah,
introducing
that's
failure
rough.
into them.
Yeah.
And then if you have blade telekinesis, you then pull the shards back and reform
yeah.
the blade.
Gorgeous.
Ooh. And I could put like cultivator explosives in your sword.
Yeah, I have my breakpoints built. Put the bomb, stab, it explodes, the shards go in, and then you pull it back with further
do it again.
breakpoints because it got exploded. So
Yeah.
sorry, it was just really silly
no.
because there
I
are
know.
cultivators who they have sword telekinesis.
Mhm.
But what if you could control the shards too?
See, that just reminds me of like Scissor Seven's sword. Nobody's watched that though. I'm assuming.
It doesn't ring a bell, honestly.
It's the cartoon on Netflix about the samurai assassin people fighting each other.
Well, and like the technology plays, but
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
So, last question before we continue on for the next day. I just reached 102 martial Dow points for myself, but
Okay.
I also have a 1 critical failure that is 100 martial Dow points worth. They don't.
Sure.
It doesn't turn into a critical failure
Mhm.
thing. Yeah, it's separate. I figured as much, which is why I didn't want to fuck with that critical failure thing. So awesome.
Yeah.
I'm good for whenever you want to do the moon, though. I think we're just waiting on Lyron, honestly, for Dow points now.
Yep.
Okay.
Cutting the moon. What an experience. The cutting the moon it's going to be a rotation. I'll say this. Each individual who's going to do it must do it individually. Like I take you to a different channel.
Yeah.
Unlike other things, it should only take 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Unless you're really struggle boating.
Should be great. So yeah, that's my.
Did you want to try and cut the moon before the tournament?
I will leave that up to the group because Vicarious is the one that's going to bring us, and we're only going to be doing it once. So
Well, you only get one shot at it ever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's a great idea, but I still need Casey to have more before we do it anyway. So
Yep.
something to think about. But yeah, so I'm resting
we just
the
have
next.
to complete that before the end of checkpoint 1 anyway, or not
Yeah,
checkpoint
exactly.
1, zone 1.
Zone 1, yeah. So
we
I'm
got
gonna rest this next one, and then after that, Lyron is resting, and I'm gonna go do stuff inside my card with the alchemy stuff again. So,
Well, you've read all the books, right?
No, I haven't read all the books.
That'll do it.
Yeah. Undead Redhead. William, on the other hand, has. He has a much faster growth with that than I did. So
yeah, it is what it is. You can't use your normal eyeballs anymore, so it's a lot harder.
That's why I need a person, exactly.
In the beginning, there was alchemy. Oh god, it's gonna be that. Oh.
If I brought the book up to Duality, could she read it to me?
I mean, yeah, they can read the words out loud to you. Sure.
Yeah. We could do that together, and I could get more of a bonus from my ints rolled that way as well. So maybe that's what I'll do for the next one. I was just enjoying the concept of working together with my retainers on improve. Like, it's kind of both really learning at the same time. Yeah, right.
Boss man's in the office.
Everybody get back to work.
Really useful. But okay, yeah. So I'm resting. Lyron, do you want to finish your second TTS?
My second. Oh, I already did my.
I didn't. Oh, I thought that was only one for the 41.
Yes, that's 1 day.
That's one day's worth.
Day.
1 day's worth. I got you. So /R6D100. And I just need to get underneath an 80 for my alchemy roll. Oh, double ones in the orrery. Okay.
Hmm.
I will take both of them. So I can choose. So nice.
Nice.
And those are double ones. So great, awesome. Just what I want. Just what I wanted. Exactly. Okay. That's 6. That's 36 progress. And it's actually I have a plus bonus from duality too, so those are all successes. Cool. So that's reading the 4th book, 2 ones that are both doubles. Currently have 1 enlightenment into alchemy and 3 out of 10 secrets. I'm going to be using out of my 12 narrative points, I'm going to use 5 on the first one and then 5 on the second one. For the peak narrative bonus here, as I'm reading or listening to duality and the way she speaks about the alchemy, I was wondering if I could see the truth as like the words that come out of her mouth. Of like, kind of like what she's saying to like what I'm seeing, like the polygons come out, like, as she speaks as the moon, kind of gain those hidden truths of what's being spoken. If that's a good use of the narrative, it could just also be a plus to something too. It's fine, but that's kind of what my idea I had for the peak narrative. Does that make sense? Do you want more clarification, or are you just thinking?
No, you can give me more clarification. I always like that. Like to see what's going on in your mind.
Yeah, it's just like I was trying to think of how could I utilize the eyes, and maybe I can't because they're more of a failure catalyst, which is completely fine. But yeah, the peak narrative here to see more of the truth that's coming out, and it could be more secrets of the alchemy. It could be more enlightenments. It doesn't really matter to me. That's what kind of I was thinking.
Well,
For
this is
my
the
double
first time
ones.
we've gone over this with your new eyeballs.
Yeah.
Oh, there are more secrets.
Oh, okay.
Way more secrets. Even the basic manual
Mhm.
has hidden meaning that 99% of the students will never get.
Probably because they were written by people that, have that knowledge ahead of time, and like it's kind of like the subconscious of the writing.
Yeah. So with a lot of the stuff, you've kind of learned the pace of how the book's written. The polygons are in a very specific shape as you follow along with whoever is reciting it to you. And occasionally, there's certain phrases that are written different, or at least the polygons are different shaped, even though they use similar words you've already seen. And when you look at them with your Dharma eye, they float off the page and they reform to give you a hidden teaching. You might need to go through the first 2 books again.
Interesting. And that's a good point. And the last thing I was thinking of, when I categorize the words in the Tower of Heaven area there, am I seeing anything pop up from that too? Or is there any reference to the truths that I'm hearing, or is that just something I should not think about because it's a different tapestry?
Nothing in here, but you're pretty sure there's 1 secret per tier of the book, for a total of 10 secrets.
Cool.
They want you to be able to receive full enlightenment of the first stage of alchemy by reading the basic manuals. But only an alchemy genius will be able to get all 10.
Right.
You can cheat because the polygons are different.
Yeah.
And your Dharma eye will lift them up and rearrange them for you.
Of course.
So if you read them all again, you'll be able to pick them up just because they are different.
All right, I like that. So yeah, 2 double ones. I suppose I should roll 44 for int gain, or do you want
Sure.
not want to do that? Okay,
Yeah, no, 44 is fine.
4 plus 12 to my 51 int.
So it'll take a
which is-
DTS to go through a book you've already read.
Okay.
You still have to go through page by page,
Yeah, of
line
course.
by line.
Okay.
But once you completed the books, if you want to spend another day plus 1 DTS, you can go through all the books again to guarantee you to find all 10 secrets.
Right. Awesome. So I only have 2 of my.
Get yourself an enlightenment for each of the ones that you keep.
Okay. Yeah. Kept them both, and they're both double ones. So only one lightning for each, though, right?
1 enlightenment, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I have perfect practice makes perfect because those are doubles. All right.
It counts, man. It racks and stacks like crazy.
It does. So that is 3 enlightenments now total, and perfect. Great. So I'm all caught up.
Yep. It's a very strange thing they've done.
Yeah.
But it's also a way to foster just like hidden talent, hidden genius. Like they look at a page and go, this phrase has unbelievable meaning and enlightenment to it. And the other guy's like, it doesn't say anything meaningful at all.
Yeah. What are you talking about? Oh, you just need to fuck up your eyes. It'll be fine. Just break them. It's super great.
I feel like it's the equivalent of saying, "All right, now boil the water. This is enlightening." What? You just boil water.
I see everything. So much enlightenment in this water that is becoming vapor.
All right, Chung Po, do you want to do your thing?
Only one this time. Hell yeah.
You did roll that 3D100.
And yes.
Nice rolls.
So,
where are you looking, I guess, is the question.
8. Yeah, that is the question. Let's see. I think I've done 2, 3, and 4. Let's just look at the wealth. I'll see what is within the wealth. 1D. Nope. 3D100. And also just taking steps to make sure that Mini Lorekeeper is not grabbing something that will actually hurt them.
Oh, nice too.
All right, Mr. Poe, this was for the cultivation manuals?
No, this was for wealth. Just the section 1, just raw wealth.
Oh boy, are there cultivation crystals.
Oh,
they're
boy.
racked and stacked, and in some cases, they don't have enough containment for them, and they're just spewed on the ground around the box.
Jeez.
Yeah, we're talking a dragon's hoard worth of crystals. Like a mound taller than you, wider than a house. And that's not the stuff in the organized boxes. There's a lot of crystals. A lot of the crystals, though, are different. The ones that are categorized, not spewed on the ground. The ones on the ground are the neutral ones, the everyday ones. The ones in the boxes have elements in them. The majority of them are poisoned ones. They have poison element in it, which makes it significantly more efficient for a poison practitioner to train. Which means you'll get, instead of the normal bonus to roll, you'll get a significantly higher bonus to your influence roll when you cultivate with these crystals. So, treasure troves of resources. Downside, poison crystals are very bad for non-poison practitioners. If you give these to people, just having them on their person, like if they have supreme grade poison heaven and earth crystals, even if they're in a spatial ring, the spatial ring is not meant to handle hazardous equipment or materials. It'll poison the wearer.
Oof.
Yeah. So if you're poor and you can't afford a special spatial ring to hold hazardous materials and quarantine them and put them in stasis, yeah, here's some wealth. And they put it in their spatial ring, and you know they'll die about a month later. Or become really sick, or whatever you do. But it's not just poison. Some of the stuff that's separate, and it has its own stasis stuff, is you have the basic core 10 elements. It's not a lot of them, but you have earth, wind, fire, water, heaven, earth cultivation crystals of varying qualities. You have wood, metal, light, dark, chaos, order. Heaven and earth cultivation crystals of varying qualities.
Alrighty. Okay, so
Earth, wind, fire, water.
Yep.
Metal, wood. Light, dark. Chaos, order. Those last two are very hard to get your hands on.
okay, gotcha. And
Yeah.
just random amounts, random qualities.
Yes. In there's no higher than a supreme grade, because the above supreme grade, the penultimate grade crystals, are in their own special containments.
Gotcha.
And you do have them.
Mhm.
But they are numbering less than 4.
For the supreme, for supreme or the penultimate.
Penultimates. Yeah.
Okay.
You have plenty of supreme, but the penultimate ones, those are hard to get your hands on.
Understood.
For the 14, you also find heavenly crystals. They have no earthly energies in them at all. These are from the heavenly road, which is above the earthly road, which is where the real cultivators live. Because you guys are earthly cultivators who are tapping into heaven's energies, which is why heaven tries to smite you. It's a vicious cycle where the heavenly tribulations the heavenly practitioners experience is more beneficial to them. The heavenly tribulation is to strike down earthly people trying to reach the heavenly realm. It still can be beneficial, but you have to survive it. But if you do, you get a hidden bonus the people above don't. You build resilience, you build toughness, you build a different type of power. But you need that because you need to refine your body, because they automatically start with a spirit bone on the heavenly road. If you don't, you were very unlucky. You're cursed by the heavens. And they have usually a heavenly physique. So, much better starting point. These are the crystals you can only find on the heavenly road, devoid completely of earthly energies. Perfect for learning Shi and other heavenly techniques. Yeah. You also find like one big box filled with Marshall coins.
Nice. Okay. Big box.
You're pretty sure there's like 10 grand Marshall coins.
Oh,
Gotcha.
just what you need for your,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's just one box with perfect rows of those like chip holder trays of just Marshall coins.
How
Nice.
much is that of his wealth factor? Like pretty much all of it?
No, that's going to be 5 of your wealth factor out of your 100.
Okay.
Which is most of the wealth factor is skewed in certain areas.
Yeah, in between what
Yeah.
the value is versus. I
Yeah.
gotcha.
But yeah, 10,000 martial coins is 5% of your wealth, and that's not even the 2.
Okay.
There is a very small wooden box you find, kind of tucked in its own alcove. It looks very innocuous, very just innocent. It's a little wooden box. That's like a cigar box, but it's made of this very hard wood with these metal reinforced locks. You cannot seem to get it open. You'd have to find the key somewhere in the tomb. It'll be a small, itty bitty, dainty key, easily lost among this treasure trove.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Is the key somewhere within any of the 4 sectors, or is it specifically in the okay?
You can find it anywhere.
Gotcha.
You have a feeling that this key is purposely going to be difficult to find, even when you're looking for it.
Understood.
Even if you use something that's like bippity foppity, find my key, it'll be like, mm-mm.
Okay. Was there 2 days that I need to do?
Yes.
Okay. Then that will be save changes. Okay, that's better. Alrighty. Day 9. Another D10. Ow.
The D9, bud.
Well, I haven't done the thing yet.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I appreciate it, but yeah, haven't done that yet. No, that's a 0. There we go. Okay. Hmm. Let's go ahead and I will do this first one for another calamitous end. Loot box. Oh dear.
All right, so your calamitous ends here.
Yeah, this is the loot box calamitous end.
Okay, and this is a luck test.
Yeah.
Okay, I have one more Destiny Fragment allocatable, and I can apply it to this if you want me to. This is up to you, but I can't. Because of good old hard luck. It's a great support upskill. And utilization.
Which sector is this?
This is the random loot box calamitous end.
Yeah,
my favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Destiny Fragment might be a good idea.
Okay.
Convergence on it too.
That's up to you. But here's
Might not be a great idea, but
you get 5 narrative to however you want to utilize this. Maybe so you don't get fucked over by the 1. I do not get my I do not get it back.
Okay.
Nice one. Nicely done.
Let's see.
So that's 2 1s in your searching today, hasn't it?
Yeah. Let's see. Do I have a convergence? Yeah, no. Last I checked, there's 4 convergences.
Yeah.
You gave me another one? Because I thought I used it.
Last session, you got another one because you rolled whatever. We kept like 2 of them, and you got 1 of them. So
okay.
You want to use it here? You're more than welcome to. It's going to drain some of the, the resources out. And it's been you're gonna. So don't use another one after this for a while. That's all I can suggest.
I'll hold off on it then.
Are you sure? This is
if it's going to use, or are you saying like it's going to consume the convergence, or is it going to use some of the loot box?
No, it's not going to use some of the loot box. It's going to consume the convergence. We're talking about the accumulation of muck that you're going to put inside your body that you'll have to rearrange with bad luck, kind of deal.
Hmm.
You know
Okay.
how we've been talking about
Yeah.
like not using them as much because there's a flaw
Yep.
inside them. But it's a great time to use it. It just don't use it for another while. That's the only thing I can say.
And I will use the one that I have.
So triple
Because,
one.
by golly, that sounds like it's a good idea.
So I would highly suggest using your narrative here to stop the backlash, or at least have something like it locked or some other way, because like this is definitely going to be one of the best items you're going to find from your horde, because A is the loot box simulator, B you roll a fucking one, C you're rolling a convergence on this for it's a triple one with peak narrative. So that's what I would use the peak narrative for.
Yeah. Is shit. Because I could also say what I want it to be, or could I just say, "Oh, it's still locked. It's not going to immediate." Does gazing upon it have the chance to kill me,
Who knows?
or am I wasting a point on something that it already has? If you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. This is for you to decide, my friend.
I would love for it to be a planetary calamitous end. I'll spend it on that.
What caused them all to die in the first place? Good job.
Yep. Yeah. And it's just like, well, I mean, this is either going to be absolutely amazing, or it's going to, well, it'll be either really safe, or it's going to be the most dangerous thing I've ever come across.
So convergence, yes.
Oh yes, convergence.
Okay. You find
Convergence.
something deep in the garden of pedestals, and it's in a mist area, a mist-bound area, so far away from the rest of the vault. It feels like a alternate dimension. There's no other pedestals around but this one. It has its own unique pedestal that supports the item, and it's this flowing bird-like fish carved into the pedestal that flows up. And then the fish is like opening its mouth to devour the contents set on the pedestal.
Mm.
It has a crystal cage, not a box. It's made of this beautiful prismatic crystal that you can see inside, and the little plaque says what it is. It is a Kung Peng mythical beast core,
Oh.
rated at T20.
And this is with the peak narrative applied. Oh wow. Good job.
Kung Peng is a mythical creature said to be able to devour the stars. It's the great devouring skyfish. It can eat anything.
Okay. I'm not sure what T20 is.
You know it goes up to
so
11.
Yeah, so when you choose to go down the if you don't go down the beast tamer path, which most players don't, but when you kill a creature, you can intake their mythical core or their beast core. It can either be a demonic core, legendary core, it can be a mystical core, a heavenly core, or the highest grade possible, a mythical core. The amount of slots you have available per cultivation, like major tier, is 10. some special techniques that let you absorb a little bit above the 10 slot limit, which is the tier rating. So if you get a tier 10, you're full until you can reach another major realm. And then it unlocks another 10. If you absorb a 5, well, you still have room for 5 slots, so you can absorb another tier 5. This is a tier 20. It has to fit in a single compartment of 10. You can't use multiple cultivation ratings for it. You can't divide it up. Somehow you have to find a technique that'll let you absorb that into a space that's twice as too small for it.
Nice.
You also then have to assimilate it, which means you have to refine it. The higher the tier, the more difficult the refining process. But because of the peak narrative, you're pretty sure the Poison Lust book has the answers. And just like the stone fruit, this is essential to that cultivating the Poison Lust book. You just found the absolute best option in slot. You ever heard that term? Best in slot?
I haven't, but I mean, like,
It's a video game term where there's too many items in the game, and if you find, like, you have a specific build, and you're looking, there's a series of items that would fit the need of the character.
Mm-hmm.
But the best option of all is called best in slot. It's the best item you can possibly get for the build you're going for. The Kunpeng core is best in slot for one of the items you need for the Poison Lust.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm writing down that putting a tag essential for Poison Lust cultivation.
I have an important question too, Matt, here. When you apply hard luck, they get a -5 or +5. If you roll 1 and you apply the 5, does it go below 1?
Only if you're a special snowflake.
Only if you're a special snowflake. I just want to double check.
Or a nightmare creature.
I just wanted to double check.
Or if you're a nightmare creature. Or if you're a super, super special snowflake where it goes back around towards 100.
Yeah, I roll a 3. Or no, I roll. Yeah, that'd be interesting.
No,
Or
roll 4. It's now a 100.
Yeah, technically, I am special snowflake rank 3.
No,
it's a different term.
Out of character creation, I'm just saying you as a character are so special that you can go below rolling in that one.
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to double check for things in the future, so that's good to know.
That's solid. Yeah.
Maybe purchases on the hard luck would probably do that or something. I don't know.
No, unfortunately, they would have to have something on their sheet that would capitalize on that.
Well, I can utilize it for myself, is what I was saying.
I will say, if you do go negative, you will have cataclysmically good luck, such as something comes out of the sky, and you have to survive the impact with it.
Yeah.
Or a volcano erupts, and the very thing you were looking for, best in slot, it shoots up into the air. But now you have to deal with a cultivator volcano going off, and the volcanic beast tide that's coming down, and this entire area is burnt to cinders for the next 1,000 years.
I love it.
Cataclysmically good luck. So, I mean, if you want to go down that path, you would need the luck Dao.
Oh yeah.
Or the unluck Dao? Or I don't know. You need something.
Two-sided coin. Yeah, for sure.
No, fate's not enough. You would have to have fortune.
No, that's why I said fortune is a two-sided coin. That's what I said.
Yeah. The fate Dao would not be right. You'd have to have the fortune Dao or the luck Dao or something.
Gotcha. For the last 2 rolls, let's go back to area 3, where I believe my
cultivation manuals.
Yeah, cultivation manuals. Okay.
You find some books that are very obscure, like study on viper venom.
Gotcha.
Like very, very specific stuff. So if you ever have interest in something very specific, these are perfect for them.
Alrighty. The 90 and the 61 is both, or specifics, or hello? Test. Oh dear.
One sec.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so miscellaneous specialty books.
Gotcha.
So if you're ever like, this one creature has this one special thing, or this one plant has this one special like quality, and I want to learn more about it, you might find it in the specialty book collection. Yeah. It'll take a lot of rummaging, and it's because it's so very specific, but 61? Yeah, which one of you had the flora and fauna of the path?
Me.
You? This one is a annotated appendix for the poisonous, venomous, and toxic stuff. A lot more detailed.
Gotcha. Appendix.
It also gives regions, locations, in some cases, secret pathways. Some of them are like, if you find this serpent, don't fight it. Bribe it.
Mm-hmm.
There's one that's really funny. There's one called the Cookie Serpent. It's a sky serpent the size of a mountain, but it loves more than anything snacks. People snacks.
Beautiful.
Specifically anything with sugar or honey. Like a honey cake or sugar cookies. Oh,
I'm going. We're
and
going for bees.
it has what is called cloud venom.
Oh.
It removes gravity from people it bites. It makes you flow up, and keep going until you reach space, and then you just float in space.
Just a venom that says "Screw you, Isaac Newton."
Yeah. It basically gently pushes you away from gravity. It has a reverse effect. The rarity on some of these venoms and whatnot are like really comical because they have like this big stamp where it's like SSS++ star rating. You know, it's kind of goofy. Cloud venom's very, very rare because only cloud serpents have them. So, bigger the snake, harder it is to get, and the more potent the venom is. But there's a cheat code. The cookie serpent will freely give some venom if you give him enough snacks. And he's also really friendly.
Gotcha. Okay.
Goofy stuff like that. There are certain ones that are like, if you want this arachnid's venom, you have to sacrifice 100 young children to it, and like some really dark stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, this is, if you want to go down the bribe route, but yeah, you have an annotated appendix to the flora and fauna for toxic, venomous, and poisonous.
Nice.
So whenever you use that, you can always be like, anything special?
Nice. Alrighty.
Yeah.
That's all for day 9. I believe I am caught up.
Wonderful.
So much for doing a month at a time.
I mean,
we're getting
yeah.
we're getting days.
You are progressing.
Yeah.
I just thought it was funny. You guys were so like, you guys ready to do month by month? I'm so ready. 9 days later. Man, I'm making so many gains.
It's going pretty fast compared to how the last like couple sessions were going, right? So,
well, things speed up the faster, the longer we play this game, because it's all about finding what you want to get on with, and then eventually it's
making a schedule and then
Yep,
sticking to that
take it
schedule.
through it.
Yeah. Okay. New day. Awesome. I'm going to work on more sword training. If Lyron is also working on sword training.
Well, I'm working on moving my arm currently, not
Yes.
actual sword training. I just happen to be in the sparring area.
So day 10, eh?
Day 10.
Did
I've
we
got
do day 9?
I just
It
got
was
done
day
with day 9.
So we were on day 7 and 8. I think no. So we are on day 9 right now
Yeah.
because we
I
started
did-
on day
okay.
7 with the 2. We both did 2. So this is day 9, not 10.
I apologize. I don't know how to get rid of day 10.
It's fine.
You ask the god to remove the message from chat.
There we go.
Okay.
So I'm gonna roll /3d100 for stuff.
Neat.
Neat indeed. You're going to continue on the same process you were. I'm going to work on my 0 out of 250. I was working on.
I do
weapon
have a
skill.
question though in regards to my DAO. I do have a martial inspiration for sound. Could I utilize that with my least favorite sound to enhance that ability in some way?
You got run on by me again, Chief.
So I've got a DAO inspiration for sound.
Mhm.
Can I utilize that with my least favorite sound ability to enhance that?
Enhance the least favorite sound, like make it worse, or
See, I just don't know what the inspiration can do. None of us have used it.
Well, you guys do have inspiration. Remember, it's +1, +10.
No.
The...
Not the inspiration roll. I've got a DAO inspiration.
Oh, a DAO inspiration. Okay. That would just improve your, or give you a insight, or give you a little bit more information on
How to
anything
progress my
sound,
DAO better.
or how. Yeah, basically, it's to help give you a clue or help reveal secret information, or
Okay. And then the DAO firmaments are mostly just for later stages in the DAO.
DAO firmaments are for much later stages. You're going to need to collect a lot of them.
Okay.
Turning the wheel.
Just curious. Well then, I will do my day of rolls. Roll 48. Not 48. 42 D100. I know we've rolled a lot this session, but we've also had a whole lot of ones.
Close things down.
Like, oh, ridiculous.
You ain't wrong.
And I think it's currently 21 or less. 21 or less. Less than 21. 8 successes.
Nice. Ooh, another 100.
Which is 16. We've also had a lot of 100s this session. Mine were all deleted, but they were rolled.
I'm continuing. I got another sword here, and I'm just like swinging it again. Does it break?
With that, I complete my.
Wonderful.
It breaks again.
No, it breaks spectacularly. Just like you hit the break point perfectly.
Excellent. I have one more Destiny fragment I could utilize here. Because
Sure.
I got it back. So if it's happened twice, it's not a mistake. So unless I'm being repetitive, so I feel like I'm gonna
Well, your eyes caught it this time. Your
yeah
eyes caught the breakpoint.
yes, and I'm gonna focus on that, and focus being from eyes, and
Mhm.
I'm gonna try and capture that moment if I can. So using my Destiny fragment for peak narrative there, so I can better do breakpoint in the future.
Okay. Uh, let me get you a cool little thing.
Nice. An old peak narrative come into play.
Oh, it certainly is.
And I've completed the Thrum chant.
What? No.
I am at 1340 of 1,000 with it.
Okay. Where did it go? I'm back. No. One moment. It is not being nice to me.
Unacceptable.
Yep, I know, but that's how the game goes.
No, that's not being nice to you. I don't really. You can do take your time at it. It's fine.
Not that one, not that one. Dun, dun.
Unfortunate. Well, it's fine.
Yep.
I never got to use
I
any of
found
my
it.
narrative last session, so I was like, I need to actually utilize them this session.
Sure enough.
All right.
There you go.
Very nice.
Point break or break point, shift and shatter. Your sword attacks deal sundering 1, vicious 1, and ruinous.
Ah. So when I use breakpoint on a sword, this is what happens?
No, when you just attack with a sword. Even
Okay.
if they parry with the sword, you apply
Yeah.
this to the
Okay.
sword.
Okay.
Breakpoint's hard to utilize. The hit and shatter, basically the explode on impact.
Yeah.
This is guaranteed the first step towards it. Sundering does durability damage to things you hit swords with. You use your sword against.
Yeah.
Vicious applies if you roll the max die value for any die, you deal the vicious quality directly to their health bar.
Oof. Okay.
In this case, it does it directly to the sword,
Right.
or whatever they're blocking with. But if you also hit them, it hurts them.
Yeah.
Ruinous just does durability damage when it hits anything.
Yeah. Wonderful.
So, yeah, if you parry, this applies. If they parry, this applies. If you exchange sword or whatever you hit with it or block
Mhm.
with it, yeah. So, breakpoint starting to build, and because of your polygon eye.
Oh, speaking of, I'm using my Eye of the Saba to enhance this.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So this will apply to any bladed weapon. If it's a bludgeoning weapon, unfortunately, this will not apply.
That's fine. I haven't got to that point, so it's fair.
Yeah. So blades and swords, which are very different,
Yes.
especially in Wuxia.
Well, I'm currently going down of the sword, so
Yeah,
I guess
sword.
that's
Sword path.
Yeah.
Blades are single-edged, and they're usually big and heavy weapons with a curved handle.
Yep.
Swords are straight and two-sided. So each of them have their own arts and their own path, and it's very different.
Well, then my weapon is not a sword or a blade. It's small and single-edged. The glitch one?
That would be considered a sword.
Okay.
Because swords can be single-edged. It's usually the straightness of the blade and the styles that use. It's a small blade, it's thin, and it's straight. And they can be single-edged, but the blades themselves are usually very big. They're used for... They have heavy attacks, and they're a much more devastating style, reckless, kind of a big blow dealing style, where the swords are more technical, more flowing, more graceful.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
So yeah, I let's say after the 100, my sword breaks, and then I have to get another one. So we'll say that's subtracting one of my DTA on that one. So it's only 4 successes. But okay. I keep breaking my sword, Lyron.
I can see that.
Oh, can you now? I mean, I can definitely see
hear
that. Yeah, me too. It's very, very interesting. I'm seeing some cool interactions with the polygons. It's like there's a breakpoint for these things.
So, do those 100s make the noise that I'm hearing from swinging the sword wrong?
Yeah, he's swinging the sword very wrong. Until he breaks his own sword, and that's a beautiful sound. You like that sound. That was a correct swing. But not because he swung it correctly. The muscles were moving wrong. The angle, everything, until the impact. The impact was correct.
Well, you're hitting it right. You're not swinging right, though.
Well, looks like I have a ways to go.
And then it's back to the rest of, if he starts hitting it again with another sword, it's back to, stop it.
Should be applying negatives for this to Lyron while he's trying to do his thing.
If he stands in your vicinity, absolutely, I'm going to apply a negative, as well as he may start to gain insanity.
Uh-oh.
Stop!
You're going to have to teach me how to do it right, Lyron.
Just start throwing things at each other. It's just like, I said stop!
Also,
Okay.
what is this thrum frequency?
Oh, yeah. Breakpoint. Does it have a certain sound thing for his portfolio?
Oh, yeah. Did Breakpoint have a sound that was different?
It does. Very different. That's an esoteric sound.
Sweet. All right.
You'll do note that while you do know the sound, this one is very, very hard to replicate.
Because it's not the sound of that sword breaking. It is the sound of a sword breaking.
Yes, sound of a sword breaking.
So I could probably replicate the frequency to break that specific sword, as it's a mundane sword, but that's not the same sound.
Sounds.
Okay, and you said I learned more advanced mathematics probably as well with completing this chant.
Yeah, this one's an interesting sound. You like this sound because you like explosions. This is like a small detonation
Mm-hmm.
throughout the blade.
So nice.
Oh yeah.
Does it kind of
Theoretic-
explosive sound as well then?
No, it's its own unique sound.
That's okay.
So basically, all the energy channels throughout the blade, because stuff like that does have, it's just kind of like if you stab an electrical current through a wood, it finds the path of least resistance
Mm-hmm.
and kind of does those little veins that run through it. Well, swords, they have these channels that run through them, and when he hits it just right, the breakpoint energy basically sends out a shockwave through those channels and shatters the whole blade instantly.
Okay. What about the chant? The thrum frequency.
Yep, we like the thumb frequency.
Yep. I've completed it. 1,000 progress for it.
Crazy.
I know.
So fast.
Something interesting that you could do with the breakpoint, like getting better at it, is just making it to where you create even smaller and smaller shards. Like you break it so much at the atomic level, and it's just like, oh yeah, and then you just shoot it into your enemy. Just like there's just millions of small atoms ready to make you fail. But
Also,
anyway.
you're very dead, so you're not going to get the chance to fail.
Yeah. Also, the sword slash.
And the deadly shrapnel. But in case you survive that, failure is in your future.
Doing the rest of my alchemy rolls for the last DTA. DTS.
Right.
We're approaching that
Oh, it's
time. I cannot stay past this week. I have to immediately start heading out to drive. But
Where you going?
back home to help my mom move some stuff out of storage.
Okay.
2.5 hour drive. Whee!
Sounds riveting.
Oh yeah.
I've got 26 of the Future Gadget Labs explodey sticks. Sorry, Future Gadget Labs ultra cool, super fresh, ergonomic, son of a bitch, mega science contact ignition extendo stick holder. Temporary name.
Great name.
Okay, Thrum frequency. Using this frequency as the baseline of mathematics chants, and without it, using the other parts of the chant at your own peril. All individuals that are in range of the Thrum frequency meters equal to your fellowship bonus +1 for each reinforced fellowship have their reinforcement ratings of all their all their stats reduced by 1 when fighting you, and are considered marked for other parts of the chant.
Ooh.
So if they have toughness reinforcement 4, it's considered 3 when fighting you. And that applies to all of their physical,
Reinforcements.
mental, even spiritual. It's like
Okay.
all of their characteristics are reduced by 1. They don't lose it, it's just nerfed. Because there are exchanges of like, this applies to you unless they have this up to a specific rating. Well, what if it was 1 rating lower?
Okay.
Things start to really hurt.
Fellowship bonus. It's only 5-meter radius at the moment. It is
Yeah.
also a sound-related ability, so it's doubled, I suppose. So
It is, yeah.
10.
There's a price though. But first, so each turn. So each turn and part of the chant applies 1 fatigue. So if you're using 4 parts of the chant, you are gaining 4 fatigue a turn. If you use 1 part of it, you're only gaining 1 fatigue a turn. Unfortunately, you're human. Singularities of the Truth faction don't suffer from this. They can use this freely, but that's because of your body. You could mitigate this down to 0 if you develop your Tao high enough. But this thrum, once you've got it to the right frequency and pitch, feels like you're vibrating apart.
Okay.
But it's worse for people in range. It's way worse. It feels like they're being shaken apart.
Cool. What if they have a higher reinforce than the zone allows for, and they're being like capped? Will that reduce it from the cap?
Yeah, from the cap.
Okay. So if they have like reinforcement 10, and you can only have reinforcement 5 in zone 1, I don't know what it actually is. It'd go down to 4?
Yep.
Okay. Bang! Wait, where is
Yeah.
the 79?
Right after the 100, pretty much.
Oh, it is. Neat.
There's some extra progress to my sword now. My sword path.
Okay, and I'm guessing whatever progress I had carries over to whatever the next part of the chant is.
Consider yourself. You have a successor skill to mathematics, mythmatics.
Prospect mathematics?
Yeah, which is below basic mathematics.
Well, I got 4.
But you can use prospect mathematics to basically do the equivalent of extremely high level mathematics and physics.
Okay, so it's a precursor to both mathematics and physics, or it's a successor
anything
skill?
math related, including computational algorithms, anything that
So-
involves math. Mathematics
If I
applies to.
have 4 check marks in physics and mathematics, do those both add to mathematics?
Unfortunately, those have become redundant. Mathematics is the ultimate super to anything math on the path.
Okay.
So if you'd like, you can refund them for merit.
Oh, neat.
You go use the exchange.
And that's half value. Okay.
There's a chart.
Yeah, I was gonna go take a look because I'm gonna do that as they're not. Am I the first person to use the exchange at this point? Then
Yes.
I believe so.
Aha! I must do it first. Where is it?
Core pillar.
It's in core. Oh, that's outer.
Yeah. So central. Either that or it's in core rulebook.
Is it in core? Mm. The combat actions mass. Game mechanics. Nope.
Change. Basically, tricks, knacks, abilities, okay, martial
Oh, central
skills.
pillar was just okay. There we go. I see it. And that's 8 check marks. I'm assuming.
Core skills. 1, 2, 3, 4. So cell per check mark. First check mark gives you 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. So you get
10 merit
4. Yeah, 10 merit each. Yeah.
each. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and uncheck mark. Well,
You make a note that you have done the exchange and your merit pool is different than the other players.
Yep, I'm going to just put it as a negative in my advancements. So that my max is still the same as everyone else's.
Oh, fun idea. I like that.
That's what I do for negative qualities, is I put them as negative inside the advancement thing, and then you can even it out by how much you actually have compared to. That's nice.
As long as you can keep track of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Basic mathematics is like quantum computing. And the way the chant works, it's strange. While you're chanting, you're able to do processes that would require a computer. Prospect is like you're a TI-89 calculator. You can do those calculations pretty easily.
I learn.
Okay.
Well, that was pretty cool.
Difficult part is, for every new part of the chant, stacks 1,000 on the previous 1,000.
That's 2,000 for the next.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're at 340 of 2,000. And
So, here's the dangerous part about mathematics going forward for biologicals. Every new part of the chant hurts you as you train it. So every roll you use to learn the next part of the chant, you take damage.
okay.
So right now, you're learning tier 2. The two frequencies are colliding during training. Once you've gotten them attuned, they stop hurting. Well, not as much, but you'll take 2 damage per roll, pass or fail.
So notably, my current biology makes that really good, because that is under 5.
It is, yeah. So you ignore the damage. Isn't that nice?
Matt, I have an important question for you.
Yep.
I rolled the 79, and
What does that do?
I did this 789, Matt.
Oh.
And I had 5 days worth of Stardust accumulation. And then he ate. He ate and gained progress. I gained progress for how much we put into the guy. But the thing is that would be 150 progress. And I haven't applied my bonus from Montage Action Hero here yet. Would that be 150 times 3? If I choose?
Hold on. What are we referring to? Because I got to switch brains from...
Apologies. So I got 150 progress
towards
the art of the sword, or sword path of the sword. And I got that 150 progress from the trash can because he rolled the 79 and my accumulation went into I moving forward too. But I haven't chose, like, how we usually get like a +1 bonus for something. In this case from Lyron, his double or the triple in this case, from montage action hero for progress. Could I apply this the same way I do for my my sandwich in this case?
Is it a single source bonus? Like
it is a single source bonus because it's
Then
an
yes.
accumulation of.
If it's a single source bonus, even if it's a one time, you can apply this to that. But it has to be a single source.
Exactly, and it is a single source because I need to roll a 79, and it doesn't add, every time, right? It's just that one time instance happens. So, okay, awesome. That definitely increases my progress for that by a shit ton.
Yep. The Emperor Progress hooked you up, bruh.
Yeah.
Ooh, I think my tea arrived.
$450. $250, and I'm currently head of the game. All right, cool. Now imagine if I would have applied that bonus when I first cracked that. Something to keep in mind for next time.
It's so fun to listen to you guys because you guys do it so differently than the other group. You guys have just a lot of it because of the masters, but different interests, different strategies, different approaches, different allocations of time. Because by this point, the other group did a little bit of training with their masters in a training boot camp. Then went to do the moon cutting. Then immediately went to checkpoint 2. And you guys are like, nah, we got the tournament to go and fuck around with. You guys haven't even gone through the swamp yet. The other group also found a couple other areas. You guys are just like, nah. Or haven't even learned that they exist. So,
So the swamp, if we go now, we'll have to go back later anyway, because we have to go to the end of the swamp to get a level 11 demon beast or spirit.
Yeah.
Demon beast. Yeah.
Tier 11. Anyway.
Hey, John, how difficult is it to get to the end of the swamp?
It depends on how willing your masters are to literally tie you to their back at certain points. If your masters don't care to do that, then at certain points you're going to die. Guaranteed. Full stop.
I have to push my master myself.
Then you're not prepared for the later portions of the swamp because it is not scaled to your level at all.
Ah, so we just have to scale to its level.
Yeah. Pretty much. That's why you can go back down the path.
We'll have to get to the end before Zone 1 is over.
I mean, up to you.
I mean, we're also walking.
One of the necessary requirements to remain the disciple of my master.
We're also walking to checkpoint 2 because
as well.
Yeah, bees. Okay, well, yeah, if they've already done that, then never mind. But are we calling it there?
I think you need to catch up. If you wanted to do that in 3 minutes.
I mean, I can.
Do it. Do it.
Okay.
I'm quick on the draw. You know me.
All right.
You can definitely roll.
That's
5. 5 damage. Alrighty. Down to 1. Okay, and then
where are you looking?
3D 100. Let's go for section 2 materials. Okay.
I guess for John's sake as well, how many hit points do you have, Poe?
Oh,
Right now?
currently 99,801 hit points out of 100,000.
99,000? Or do you mean 999,000?
He said 999.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Yeah. So 35, pretty straightforward. Find some tier 3 or level 3 alchemy ingredients. This stuff is really hard to come by. It's also perfectly organized into a set of drawers. You have a decent amount of them. So one good harvest worth of materials of pretty rare ingredients. Some of them are not even for poison. Some of them are balancers or catalyzers or boosters or reducers to bring out, suppress, enhance, twist, or alter effects of specific alchemy.
Okay.
Some of them are stuff you might not be able to get until Zone 2. Because they're not. So, good stuff.
Alrighty.
Yep. 90, more miscellaneous books. Harder to search through, but a wider scope.
Gotcha.
But these miscellaneous books are about materials. Not just the study of poisons, venoms, and toxins and the other creatures. It's like, hey, this plant. I've dedicated 10 years of my life to studying everything about this plant.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, yeah. You can now ask more obscure stuff.
Nice.
In the 27, you'll find a single wrapped pill with a talisman on it to preserve it. A poison pill. Like when you took the ki boosting pills. This is a poison boosting pill.
Gotcha.
This will give you poison qigong if you eat it.
Ooh, okay.
You can also channel it, if you do it properly, into more poison ki.
Okay.
Or it can get you poisoned ESMP. So anytime if you devote ESMP that's poisoned into a technique, you have to use all of the points that are poisoned. But it'll apply toxic to all of your moves.
Okay.
Like
I'm
there's so many
typing-
options you can use with this pill. Like
Okay.
you decide where the energies go when you cultivate the pill. So does it go to Qigong? If you unlock Shi, you can devote it to Shi. Do you want to convert it to ESMP, or if you want to convert it to Ki, up to you.
Gotcha.
You can convert it to just raw cultivation, raw influence. You can use it as a catalyst when making a poison pill or poison just in general. And it'll just boost it by 1 tier. So, a very powerful omni poison resource. Poison pill.
Understood. All right.
No. So
got that written down.
It was in its own special wooden box, like you'd have a ring box. Its own special wooden box by itself. So pretty valuable.
Nice.
Yeah.
Alrighty. That's all that I have today, folks. I hope you all have a good one. Great session.
You too, William.
Found a
See you
lot
next
of
week.
stuff.
Oh yeah.
Loot.
So one thing I posted was I reached stage 2 of the Path of the Sword, Matt.
All right.
250 out of 250.
Mm,
I put in chat of what I got
I
beforehand.
appreciate that. Mm. Yep.
Gives you kind of
I like
the
it.
ratio you
I
want to
like
make for the next stage 3, I suppose, as well.
It's gonna be 500.
Sounds great.
So this 5 felling, 5 pure damage is on any melee attack? Okay. And the pure damage, is that multiplied by martial arts?
I
No.
suppose it would have to. Yeah, there's flat.
It's its own
Yeah.
flat application. Other things
Okay.
will interact with it, but it's own
It's its
special
own.
damage.
Oh, when I learned the mathematics chant, is that another esoteric frequency or esoteric sound?
Very, yes.
Okay, so we are at 20 esoteric sounds now.
Nice.
See, thrum frequency. Good session though.
We got some criticals, which are always fun. Really help accelerate your character growth. We got
So
time done. Not as much as we were expecting, but it's still progress.
Well, like we got a couple of months, right? Since we were doing this
Yeah.
a month at a time.
Yeah.
You guys are definitely going at your own pace here.
Look, we were trying to go at a different pace, so I don't know about our own pace today.
I think you guys have a long ways. How many months are you trying to burn before the tournament? Like 6 or 9?
6. But I feel like
around
we'll
5.
get to a point where we
5 and
can
a
just
bit.
do like a month at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
10 sessions later. All right, guys, we're on day 15.
I really hope not. I feel like we'll get maybe
That's
10
what
days
I'm
a session at this rate.
concerned. It's not a very fast rate, no. I and Char have gotten into something of a efficient rhythm. Although he has it hard because his character has a bunch of NPCs that he also needs to keep up with.
Sure. Hey, we have managed to time lapse like a 2 or 3 month time at once. Just didn't work out this time.
I believe when we were roughly at this point, maybe actually even before, I think our longest time lapse was about a 6-month training period for something.
What's your
Sure
current
enough.
timeline, John? Like, what day are you on in the sense, or what year, or month, or since start?
So we're in the middle of checkpoint 3, and we
Yes.
are about 3 years and 130 days.
Gotcha.
How far are you guys?
We are on 6.5 months.
Gotcha.
You guys hit the montage harder.
We have a little bit. But
Okay, we
you
were
guys
going to hit the montage for the undodgeable training, and we completed that in 12 days. Or something. So
the what you guys will probably end up burning time on is travel is a big thing.
Yeah.
Because there's not a ton of ways you can speed that up if you want to engage with the traveling as best as you can. Like the optimal way. There's not a ton of way to speed that up. And I imagine you'll probably end up spending a lot of time waiting on opportunities. Because there are several opportunities that are going to be like they happen at this specific time, and then that's
Like
the
Bullet Hole
time
Mountain. Yeah.
you go to that opportunity, and then you complete it, and then you move on. Because it wouldn't be very effective for you to wait any longer or to come back later or anything like that.
sure
That's
enough.
what we've ended up doing. And checkpoint 3 is in and of itself a ludicrous time sink. We've been there for like 3 or 4 sessions, and we're already at 130 days.
I was say it wasn't that long ago that you got there because I remember just like a month ago about the, you know, destroying checkpoint 2. So
They
Yeah,
already lit things on fire in checkpoint 3.
of course,
Yeah.
at least it wasn't my fault this time. I would have never lived it down if it was my fault again.
spread the load.
Did
It's
either of
very-
you wait for the tournament?
So I was, I think, allowed to join the tournament, and
Yep.
Char would have sold stuff at it with merchandising. So we both had stuff we wanted to do there, but I was barred from participating because I would only have been satisfied with victory, and I was neither strong enough nor
Connected enough.
connected enough to pull that off. Even just getting into like the top 10 would have gotten us into such hot water that it wouldn't have been feasible.
Yep. And winning it would have been a terrible idea.
Yeah. Theoretically, I could have gotten reasonably high, especially with some hardcore training beforehand, but none of our masters are very connected at all.
Yeah. Well, your master is connected, but that's a double-edged sword in of itself. If the Sword Saint shows up, they're taking over the tournament, and that there's new rules. Kill your opponent. That's how you advance.
And you have to do it with a sword.
Yes.
Wait, but I use an axe. Here's a sword.
Pretty much. It becomes a different kind of tournament. So the only thing we have is a nuclear option, which is what we've had to commit to a couple of times, unfortunately. There's no
Fuck this tower.
factional background that we can use to apply pressure and allow me to live up to the skill level that my character exists at, because
Yeah.
the only people who compare are generally going to be young masters with both the skills that they've been grown into and a family background. And I'm
Lar can win the tournament because he's dating the scion of a house from Zone 3.
Mhm.
So
Engaged.
the
too.
young mistress of the of the
Not
sect.
dating. Engaged.
Engaged, sorry. So if he wants to go win that tournament and this 12 Sword Tower is like, not allowed. Well, there's Zone 1 faction. There's Kuni Matara's factions from Zone 3, and they're like, you mean yes, he's allowed to win? Get over yourself.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Hey, I've got a cool sword as well. I could join the tournament with the cool sword. And
They would try and take it from you with every excuse, both weak and otherwise.
For sure.
Yeah, the greed of cultivators for loot is something you can count on for the rest of the game.
why would somebody even want the glitch sword?
Because
it's
it's
shiny.
powerful and shiny. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, but the powerful isn't necessarily a good thing.
Look, they think every cultivator thinks they're an exception always. I can wield it, you can't.
Pretty much.
I swung it once and determined it was a bad idea to take it out.
And the fact that you can swing it means a sword expert absolutely can swing it and will swing it. It's not
Yes,
a good
that's-
thing.
That's a
but-
problem.
Johnny, your approach to swordsmanship is such an interesting contrast to mine.
Yeah.
The grand disciple of a sword saint, the direct disciple of one of the better swordsmen in the world. Although swordsmanship really isn't her shindig, it's just brute force winning. She uses a sword because it's available.
Yeah.
I've given up on swords altogether. I still cut things, but swords aren't real.
Literally.
If you try to
Well-
hit me with the sword, I will say, "What are you doing? That's just a piece of metal that can't cut anything," and it doesn't.
I'm relearning how to lift my arm in order to swing a sword.
Swords are
Yippee.
very fun.
You're learning Zone 6 crap. Like it's going to be way overpowered in comparison to whatever anyone else learns, but the amount of steps it takes and the amount of danger it is to your cultivation, because it's cultivation meant for robot people, is going to be interesting. Fortunately, current physique does support this.
I
You're
don't
learning
have.
Zone 6 stuff. The major problem you're going to run into, in my opinion, is not even just learning it, because I imagine with your master and with your body, you can learn it. It's going to be realm restrictions.
Yeah.
If it's a zone 6 technique, you're going to be fighting against the fact that you can't use the majority of the techniques at your zone for
Yep.
5 zones.
Yep. They'll teach you the high level stuff, but it'll be impossible to learn outside of zone 6. And then even if you do miraculously learn it, the zone's going to club you over the head and say, suppression.
Here's the nerf version.
No, most of the time, if it's from zone 6, it's outright banned. The realm doesn't permit it.
Hmm.
Not just a suppression. You're learning too powerful of stuff, yeah.
Ah.
Fortunately, you're only learning the basics.
Yep. Well, my character doesn't know that. I just asked to learn how to swing a sword.
And the master was like, you're doing it all wrong!
I have something of an advantage in that most of the techniques I'm learning from the various people I'm connected with are very suited for early zones. But I'm going to be crippled by zone 3 because everything that I'm picking up is not designed to scale into the higher levels, really.
Well, you're
Okay.
building a foundation, most importantly. You've really focused on foundational stuff. So, I don't know about crippled. And if you think you're crippled, Gladiator Shigra will just make something up for you.
It's more of along the lines of by zone 3, people are going to be using techniques like I use the mountain deleting stomp, which erases a mountain range the size of a planet as one of their secondary steps, and I'm going to be using punch. Now that punch might destroy the same mountain range, but there's a little bit less flexibility there. there's a little bit less mystique.
Like, oh wow, that was a cool outcome of your technique. No, that was merely the cost to cast the technique.
Now I throw the mountain range at you. And then you have to go full Joja, just and just punch your way through all the mountains coming in.
Pretty much. So I'm trying to build myself so that I will. My baseline is stating I have to be 100 times stronger than somebody learning a truly mystical heavenly technique at the same tier.
I just
if I
wanted to
see-
learn how to swing a sword, and my master's teaching me a pinnacle technique.
Well, you're gonna get that asking certain NPCs.
Yeah, but you're really strong because you have the pinnacle art of cutting, and you've just finished the pinnacle art of the dividing line. So you cut it in half.
I cut it. Roll. No, I cut it.
How many pinnacles you got? I haven't finished my first one. I cut you in half.
Pretty much. It's gonna give me an advantage for a little while as long as the triangle of power can carry me.
Well, here's the thing. Not everyone can start on the triangle of power. Like, sure, getting, developing your triangle once you have it is viable. The majority of cultivators don't ever unlock pinnacle or domains. Only the really high level NPCs end up doing it because they have family teachings, or they just go down like, I have 50 she, fight me. And then Char's like, sleepy time. And because they have the divinity of sleep, it works. Unless the guy's like, I use 10 she, I ignore it. Uh-oh. So it's more going to be, I have better resources, I have better techniques, I have better qualities, talents, actualize, all that stuff. It's going to be pretty rare to find a triangle of power user.
My end goal, really, which I kind of thought about when you brought up the breakpoints earlier with Johnny, is I don't necessarily care what my tier is at of a final level, but I want to be flawless at whatever tier I'm at.
Sure.
Johnny's breakpoint technique should look at me and not see any. It could be a literal mundane dagger on the ground, but there's no breakpoints.
Yeah. You have that moment where it's like, you're able to like, oh, I think we have a different problem. I think he's flawless. And you're like, No, that doesn't. Oh, that exists.
Well, that's cool. That means that it's a way easier resonant frequency to hit.
Yeah. But then you watch it punch your attempt at tuning with the resonant frequency, and you're like, but how did you do that? I punch.
A punch good.
Yeah, and then he gets into a Dow battle with you, and you're like, what? You say so mean. Your thing's my feelings. John's really worked on the Dow battles.
We haven't really run into that yet.
Well,
It's something I started playing with around checkpoint 2-ish. I built the foundation of it during the Mooncut section, actually, because that was the portion there. Really, you'll have an easier time once you finalize your names, because your names are the foundation of everything for your DAO, and they have to be watertight.
Okay. Just because, well, I did win a match in the prelims because somebody had an incomplete DAO name. So I guess that was kind of DAO related there.
Pretty much.
I dissed him so hard that he went second, and then he lost.
That's where it comes down to. If you have a flaw somewhere in your build, whether it be in your DAO, in your mental sphere, in your physical sphere, your skills, or even just your knowledges, and you run into the wrong person, you get taken advantage of, you will lose. For most people, that's fine because they can just avoid fighting their weakness. But for my specific strategy, my DAO name, my goals, it has to be where it doesn't matter who I come across. If they're weaker than me, I win. Guaranteed.
I mean, you still go up against people who are stronger than you.
I do have to, because that's just a matter of crawling up the ladder.
I'm gonna fight the fire with a Dow battle. And it's like, fight me, and then you kick it in the face because it's a dumb little fire. The next time though, it got way smarter.
It's a bit of a conundrum because you can't have a build entirely spec'd towards punching down, which is what I would prefer, because then you can't ever grow, at least not at an efficient rate.
Yeah, you're tempering yourself by going up against failure, and that's how I look at it. Learn from it or don't. It's up to you.
I am ready for you guys to start really, really ramping up. With your guys' better growth speed, as long as you start really efficiently pushing things, you could catch up fast, but not 6 days a session rate.
I mean,
Yeah,
we
I
are
was-
only 6 months in. Were your characters as progressed 6 months in game time?
6 months in game time, we had done the preliminaries. We had
No.
done the.
No, 6 months. Of in-game time, not session, not real
No,
time.
you guys are farther 6 months in than they were. They only took off because of a specific incident. The quasi heavenly fire that spawned because of the nuclear option.
Oh,
And because of that
was-
manufactured opportunity, they skyrocketed past you. Like you saw their afterburners and their headlights off in the distance almost instantly. It was like 3 sessions they were way beyond you. Crazy.
okay. But that was like a year in-game time?
So
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember exactly how long we spent in checkpoint 1, but it was over a year. And then we had the amount of time it took us to travel, and then we spent a full year in checkpoint 2, during which it was about midway through that year, maybe 25%, that the fire happened. And it's been a little over a year since we first hit the fire, so we've been zooming since then. Like I said to
Okay.
Johnny earlier, we're about 3 years and 130 days into our game time, and you guys are at 6 months.
Yep.
It was going to be shorter, but we had to take a shortcut when we fell off the universe. So
Yeah. We did fall out of the universe.
I think you guys have really good chances to be record breaking with how fast you complete Zone 1.
Just
Because
in-game time, not actual session time.
in-game time, specifically, yes.
All right, boys, 6 days of session. Let's get to the end of Zone 1.
I think this brings up what I wanted to say is we should in chat like kind of say what we want to roll and like have them prepared for ourselves, or we can decide like we usually do in game. But I feel like that's like the only way I could see us going faster. So we do like
So the only issue is my rolls vary wildly as to what succeeds.
yeah, that's really slowed you down after you rolled that one, and it's like I
And
guess
then
I
that
have
other
to.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then another one, and then that just adds up.
If I didn't roll that one, it would have been pretty easy to batch roll a whole month.
Yeah,
I found it a little easier to manage everything by writing out to-do lists and sending them to Matt or occasionally just the general chat.
We have a
Right.
to-do list. I'm still on the first task.
You're still on the
Yeah.
first task. Alternatively,
Or rather, I'm one step behind that now because I'm learning something prerequisite to that I didn't even account for.
you guys can be like, all right, I'm going to learn this one thing no matter how long it takes, and then you start rolling. And if it takes you 3 months to learn it, it takes you 3 months. And then the others will just say, all right, my next one thing is in turn, as long as it takes to catch up.
That's what I initially did. I'm like, I'm gonna learn this pinnacle technique, and then it.
Pinnacle technique. Oh man, never mind. It's
Well,
gonna take you a minute.
No, I'm halfway there, and once when I finish doing this prereq, it's probably gonna be like a day more of learning.
Pinnacle.
I get like
techniques,
360
Kyle.
progress per successful roll.
That is a lot.
Yeah.
That'll help you out for a while.
It's for
downtime
specific
action
things.
hero is the main reason why it's happening.
Oh yeah, we got the 10-star merit purchase for the montage hero.
I was considering positioning myself somewhere where I could pick that up, but I don't have the free merit for it, and I don't want to take the negative qualities that I would need to get myself the rest of the way there either.
Well, I just took You Got This, fam, and then our whole party is gonna take that because that's funny. Everybody's got this. Hey, did he just die? Nah, he's got this.
That's actually
No,
a thing
don't
that
worry, he'll get
the
up.
evening group has. If one of them goes, "Oh, look, I've died," everyone's like, "No, you didn't," because of one of the opportunities they did.
Oh,
It's interesting. We have an interesting relationship with death. Mostly, are they going to have the same opportunity in Checkpoint 2?
They could, but they'd have to cause this cataclysmic breakdown of Checkpoint 2 for that opportunity to arrive.
I'll just swing my sword like a dozen times.
That'll do it.
Interesting. They'll also have to develop a relationship with at least one specific NPC to have a chance. And I really don't even know how that relationship got built up. Char handled all of that. My character does not make relationships with NPCs. Char is our socialite, and I'm occasionally called over and pointed at something and say, go do this.
So I guess if I cause glitch everywhere, it's probably going to cause other entities to show up that I don't want to have to encounter.
Just think of the opportunity. Your sword is a quick difficulty slider. All you have to do is say, if this is too easy and the rewards aren't enough for me, you just swing your sword a few times.
And just randomize it until it's sufficiently difficult.
Exactly.
Reset button.
Well. Yeah. It's like, yeah, you're making him worse, but it could be like worse for us too, I suppose. Like,
Oh yeah, because it's not only glitch; it's like calamity glitch or something terrifying.
Yeah, it only
It's
goes
glitch,
down.
always the worst result.
Yeah.
Disastrous glitch. Worse for who?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just gonna get real good
Everyone,
at swinging the
everything and
sword.
everyone.
Yeah, it's just bad.
I think you guys will do fine, question mark, in the moon.
Slicing.
Yeah, mostly because you are way stronger than we were when we got there, and several of you, particularly Johnny, honestly, are much better suited for it. My character effectively had one option when I got there, and it was not a very good option for me. Um, I was lucky that I could survive said option. I'm pretty happy with where it ended up because it helped point me in the right direction for a few things. But I think you guys are well situated for doing it just fine.
I would agree. Johnny's probably better for anything that's metaphysical related.
He's
I don't know,
just got a skill set suited for it.
I know what you're talking about. I'm probably gonna fail and then win somehow from failing. So,
Or you'll succeed the first try and be sad.
and then I'll make myself fail. I'll use my destined for failure. Just
He has done
no,
that.
you picked one of the most interesting DAOs you probably could have picked, because you're going to be fighting your DAO the whole way.
well,
Failure.
if you can't beat him, join him. Right? That's how that works.
Well, for and against you in all capacities, because failure is part of your DAO. You need to fail to improve it, but at the same time, you also need to succeed to get anywhere serious.
That's where the other half comes into play. Whenever that
Yeah.
happens. My Deva, where are you? All right, I'm collecting yin, collecting waifus now instead. So that's how that goes.
Why have one Deva when you can have 20?
I don't want 20. I just want 3. I just want 3. Okay.
You just want 3. That's all I need.
I think you'll be fine, mostly because of your secondary practice, your profession, even.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
From what I've listened to, seems to be resource collecting and regeneration.
Yep.
You collect all the shinies, so if something doesn't go your way, brute force it with money.
That was the
like
plan.
Char does. It's really funny to see Char operate, because he throws money at problems until he gets hit with another money bag in the face and rinse and repeat. And the money bag he's hit with is usually larger than the amount he spent.
Occasionally to his detriment.
Yeah.
Particularly in the latter stage of the fire, there were several problems that were most reliably resolved by money, and so he did, whereas I hit it with my forehead at risk and gained from it.
Yep. That was funny. They also might not have the ability to train with the same NPCs, because one of Gladia's specials is she's made a lot of friends. Really weirdos. Like the strangest people. And when she calls them, they actually pick up the phone.
I had
Vicarious,
heard
on the other
that
hand.
it's going to be...
Well, Vicarious had a bunch of friends, or I guess a bunch of people that they knew and called upon for.
That's how I got my master.
Yeah.
It's another difference in scale, too. My master is primarily operated in Zone 1 and Zone 2 because they never got any further. A lot of your master's best friends are going to either be dead of old age or in late game zones.
Or killed by my master.
Or that
My master's not even a cultivator. It's the fucking moon.
And yeah, I've already heard, I believe in one of the previous sessions I listened in on, I think your fiance Johnny is going to hunt for my favorite Zone 2 NPC.
Oh yeah.
Or not Zone 2, Checkpoint 2 NPC.
Oh yes, the yes. The reason why she's going to checkpoint 2 for sure. Yeah,
For
to
her
work on
body
that.
refinement.
Yep.
That's my favorite checkpoint 2 NPC, particularly because I'm super suited for their methods.
I realize that our like physiology probably changed a whole lot more than your characters before checkpoint 2.
About the same, actually.
Oh,
All of
right.
you had major rapid changes to your physiology. Without
Both of ours were. Was all of them due to rapid loss of all of the blood in our body?
Yeah, John took the combination chamber to make his gun, and that's when he got health states. Just like you, losing all of your blood and gaining energy states.
It's an interesting setup. I wasn't expecting to get health states there. The entire reason I went to Bullet Hell Mountain in the first place is because I wanted my gun.
Yeah, I remember
haven't
that.
actually had the chance to use that gun very often, but it allowed me to patch a hole. And now that I have it, if it ever does come up, I have it available to me. It's always sitting there on my hip.
That gun has its own fucking character sheet. It has such a long description.
But it is exactly what I was after. And that's
I
the
wasn't
issue.
given a description. All I know is my sword does bad things to things it hits.
Which one?
Or things it
You
doesn't
have
hit.
two.
Oh, I do have two. One is a lot more like I can use it in more situations. The calamitous glitch one that I just got is not very well suited to using it.
I mean, at any point, you do have the nuclear option with it. So, like, if there's an impassable stone door, and you just like, but what if I changed it to something else, and you stab the door with it?
Yep.
Now
do
it's active plutonium.
It's not
Not
impassable.
plutonium or uranium, plutonium.
What the fuck is that? It was
You're about
something
to find
that
out.
someone
or
forgot
not.
about.
You're very roll against a radiated 20.
Why is the door glowing? Oh, if it glows, that's bad. What are we getting hit with? Irradiated 100.
We'll be okay.
And John, one thing that I have going for me is my master. I did an upgrade on her, and I gave her the ability to snap people once per year.
I have also a year long cooldown on one of my better abilities. It's interesting. It means you get to have to play around with it a lot. You got to have very specific circumstances for abilities.
Yeah, and
with
if
that
you use it,
cooldown.
you're like, oh, Matt can now hit me with whatever was holding him back. And I'm like, gotta use it wisely.
Yeah, yours is a problem remover or a solution.
Yeah.
And John's is I get my ultra gains on. I get to acquire and put something on my character sheet that, frankly, it would take me years and years and years to do so, or I could never get on my own. So
it's a risky setup, but it's interesting because it also ties into a particular mechanic that I hope you guys engage with in Checkpoint 2, but if you don't, it's going to put you back significantly. I'm curious if one of your masters is going to remember to tell you about it.
I don't think Vicarious will, for sure. I think Lore Keeper will have
John,
us.
go ahead and message that to me just to make sure we're thinking the same thing without saying it out loud.
Yeah, please don't say it out loud.
I wasn't going to.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with this, especially with the two groups. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The exact same thing. Yep.
If
And
one of your
Vicarious might even
masters
know about it.
remembers to tell you about it.
Yeah, I think Lore Keeper's the only one that would, because V is totally going to forget.
or never cared in the first place.
Like that's not relevant to tell them.
Just like when we were going up Bullet Hell Mountain.
Because you're not a machine. Gross.
It'll be interesting because I think our group is going to be focused on solidifying our foundations for a perfect Zone 1-2. and you guys are going to be snowballing as hard as you can to just crash into zone 5 and 6. So it'll depend which way is the appropriate approach for how far we get and how quickly. Because I expect our team, and like Matt said, our foundations are solid, so it might not happen, but I expect us to stall out around zone 4. And you guys are going to just be keeping on chugging, if you can make it that far.
Issue with me, John, is that I invested, like, for the first 4 months, for half of my merit into one item.
Yeah, that's a snowball setup, for sure.
Yeah, it's like
Like
me
you get a
playing
level 7
TFT.
conflict or something in that?
Yeah, for the complex, yeah. But that's not even it, though. Like, that was my personal merit. And then I have way over what I have for personal merit into the complex because of the multiplier.
Yeah. Well, the funny part is the way I'm seeing this gonna go is Team 1, which is the evening group, will have actually flawless foundations and a lot of hidden stuff. Group 2 will have good foundations, maybe a little error here or two, but the amount of stuff that they have and their progress machine that they've built, well, there may be speed bumps, but there's no stopping the machine. Until you hit an immovable object, you all crash hard. I don't see it stopping anytime soon.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with the masters, like this was a big jump for specifically Lyron today. The unlocking that this is your least favorite sound jump started you on actually something worth learning with V. You actually have her attention for once, like a serious amount of her their attention is focused on you. Because most of the time they give you 5 at most 10% of their attention.
And I'm making good progress with the thing that she's teaching me.
Yeah, so that is what they teach their warriors of their faction, which makes them super lethal. Which is why John would actually love this stuff. Eventually, it just becomes I auto hit with whatever roll I want it to be.
Yes.
Where I want it to be. And the strike is unavoidable because I have perfect control of every aspect of my body when I want to move it.
And once when I level up my energy conflicts enough, I have control over all of the energy in my immediate area as well.
Right.
So you can't move in a way that I don't want you to.
Exactly. And if you do, X, Y, and Z happens to you, and then I hit you, which applies A, B, and C.
Something you have to worry about with that sort of thing, because I've had to worry about it too, and I've been preparing for it since early checkpoint 1, is any style that relies on perfect control and literally you don't have to roll to manage it is going to crumple to negatives. Because if you say, all right, you take a minus 30 on this roll, and you don't have any way to get rid of it, correct. And then your style is crumpled, and you're 50% weaker than you would have been for the challenge of your opponent having slapped you upside both ears and disoriented you.
I do have insane variable bonuses to basically all of my rolls. So I can just be like, okay, I get a plus 30 bonus to this roll.
That's
or
nice.
you're giving me a bonus to not auto hit, I'll take a minus 30 to this roll.
My key thing's definitely coming in handy here with my 200 willpower as well, so.
Sure enough. Well, and my neutral quality that I can just, on a sound ability, just give it a minus or plus arbitrarily to get rid of any bonuses or penalties.
One of your greatest nemesis to all of you guys are oblivious users. People who go, okay, you say how that works? I don't understand. That's not how that works in my world. So
well, I just need to make my reality stronger than theirs.
Basically, yes. It's you can't even doubt battle them because they'll smooth brain all of your arguments and go nuh-uh. And if you can't brute force it, it just glides right off of them. and whatever you were doing does not apply.
No, man, you're wrong.
Trust me.
Why?
Those
Because you're
people
wrong, man.
have only ever trained brute force.
They're really susceptible to cheeky tricks or cunning, but only specific types. And
Those
even
are the
then,
peop-
yeah, go ahead.
Those are the people and demon beasts that you deal with by repositioning them. There are certain people that you do not win a fight with. It's literally not worth your time. It would take a year of constant battling to finally put this thing down, and he doesn't even have anything worthwhile at the end of it. You just wasted your time.
Grunge
Yeah,
Hog?
position,
You're oblivious. You
and you
didn't
walk
get
away.
The Grunge Hog? Is that what you're talking about?
I am, yes. That was what I was referring to, and people with a similar build setup.
I feel like a really big bomb might work. It might not kill you, but if there's enough graviton on it, then it doesn't matter.
It's that guy's problem way over there. Just
How much
team
damage does it
rocket
do?
that guy.
V2.
I'm
This is
ready
for grenade
you
jumping,
guys.
and it's for grenade jumping continents.
That's how I get from zone to zone.
Yeah.
Where I
But yeah.
land, I have no idea, but I'm moving from zone to zone.
Because I got 4 check marks in cultivator demolitions. So we're gonna
good.
do that.
Oh yeah, no, he's already been invited to the demolition school.
And I have
know
so
that.
much ruinous artillery that I can take apart and figure out how it works.
Yep.
That's another big difference between our groups, actually, that I haven't even considered until now, which is how hard each of us scales with prep time.
Oh yeah.
Because my character actually doesn't scale really hard with prep time. If you attack him in the middle of the night while he's asleep, he'll be about as strong as he would be after preparing for a duel for a year. He just doesn't have a lot of setup.
You're
He's
ready to
full
go
on.
at all times. That's why it's hard to hit you with anything. The only time you actually had to prepare for anything with any seriousness was the last opportunity you guys did.
Yes, and that was because it was really far outside of my skill set.
I thought we did a lot less preparation than you're for Bullet Hell Mountain though.
We did. It was like literally none.
It's about
wait.
the skills you guys are
No.
putting together. Demolitions, for instance, alchemy. These are things that requires a lot of prep time to fully utilize.
Yeah,
My
Uh,
profession
Not to
doesn't do that.
mention holy geometrics.
Holy geometrics. Yeah.
that's
I
that's
picked up
literal
a
prep.
profession that literally all I need is like a few acupuncture needles, and I'm about as good to go as I would be in any other situation.
Well, and the
No, I
funny
guess-
part is you guys are so singularly focused in the evening group that you guys make explosive progress towards that one single thing you guys have your eyes on. These guys are like, I want to do these 8 things.
Which is really sad, considering how long my to-do list is, and that's considered singular.
Yeah, we're very singular.
Well, like I've got a long list of things that I want to do after I actually get started on doing the sword training again. That I got sidetracked from.
After a certain point, I think whether or not Team 2 could take on Team 1 is literally going to be a question of distance and prep time.
Sure. And specific environments, I think.
Maybe. I'm not sure any of you are particularly environmentally spec'd.
Can you fly?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess that's kind of arbitrary then. I think Poe's the only person on a group that cannot fly.
Flight is pretty standard after a certain point. If you don't have at least a way to levitate arbitrarily, you're going to fall really
Ooh,
far behind.
I know. What if it's in space? Because we've got a spaceship. Do you guys have a spaceship?
We
No.
do not. If you go to space, we lose. Yeah, we can't fight you in space.
We also have an artillery, or we have a planetary.
Got a
You
gun
have
now.
on the
We
moon.
have a
You
gun.
have a one of those frames that you guys found at Bullet Hell Mountain,
Yeah.
who has a big sniper gun.
That shoots out black meteorite.
Yeah. But the problem is absolutely they can fight you in space because duality is a moon. Char's character is a moon moth.
Nice.
That's true.
Ah,
It's all right. What we do is we we bring everyone together on the orrery, and then we go to a place that's not the best, and then we drop you off, and then we just leave.
oh yeah, we could do that. Have
You
fun.
might end up having to leave one of you behind though,
That's
because
okay.
the amount of movement and
It's fine.
damage.
We leave Lar behind because he's got down the rabbit hole and he just ends up back on the orrery.
Honestly, it is a rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock, shotgun, chainsaw, dynamite, laser gun fight. It's whoever pulls out the right thing at the right time to the right approach usually will determine the winner.
It's fine. I
It'll
pull out
also
the glitch
require you
stone and
guys to
change the
catch
game
up a-
completely.
What was that,
It'll
John?
also require you guys to catch up a little bit first, because right
Yeah,
now,
no, you guys
effectively,
are ahead.
regardless of
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Until you guys pick up something of similar potency for group growth as the fire in Checkpoint 2, I would be very confident in 1v3 in your group.
His stats
really
are
good at
dumb.
running away.
His stats are so dumb.
I think I could hold back to about 30% of my potential and still have a really good chance of 1v3.
Do you use nature magic?
No, but I can kill you before you use it.
Ah. Well, I wasn't planning. I think I've used it like once or twice.
Also,
Well,
if it
it's-
was a 2v1, Rala uses it. But no, this just 1v3, I'm pretty confident.
Because I can just turn off nature magic.
I don't use any magic. I don't use any mystical techniques. I don't have anything to turn off.
Sure enough.
Yes.
Oh wait, I also have I can reverse people's negative conditions into positive ones on hit.
I don't have condition.
You just do damage. Sure enough.
Yeah, he would beat you on stats and reinforced stats alone.
Sure enough.
Can you beat the
Because his is
snap?
high enough that he not only provides overwhelm, he's got magnitude overwhelm on some of you guys with 299 in certain stats.
But the
Okay,
snap,
'cause I
Matt,
thought
can
that-
you beat the snap?
Wait,
The snap? Yes,
Yeah.
yes he can.
Oh, okay.
Yep. He's got that special connection from one of the opportunities they did. Absolutely. It may be a high price to pay, but he could.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But that's the problem with the difference of the groups. One group has, I think, still 3 months of extra play, so they have 12 more sessions than you guys do. But they're
and we've been
also
doing our training a whole lot slower as well.
yeah, you guys haven't reached certain NPCs with certain conditions. You also haven't done the moon cut yet, which is a big thing if you succeed.
We're still in checkpoint 1. Like, there's
Yeah.
the two ahead, which is zone difference. You know what I mean? Like, that's
Yeah, they've already done 20% of checkpoint 3.
right.
Once you catch up to us in in-game time, which I'm confident will happen because your training rates are faster than ours if you're focused on something.
Actually, that makes
Then-
it slower.
Really?
Because it takes less rolls to achieve something, then it unlocks a new thing. So if it
Yeah.
takes longer to achieve something, it requires more rolls, which takes more time.
I've
I
done
suppose that's fair.
1,500 progress today on one thing that I didn't even know existed before I started
Pretty
today.
good. It's pretty good.
I think in last session that we were really grinding away, I got from 0 to 4,000 progress over the course of the session while we were traveling and doing other things.
I love
Sure,
how this
but
is like
we
a
did this
big
in
measuring
4
contest
days.
now.
Well, yeah, we're gonna.
No,
we're gonna
it was also in the fact that you did a 1,500 progress in 6 days, maybe
4 days.
4 days. That 4,000 that I got was over the course of like 30 or 40.
Yeah,
Yep.
you guys
It was
are-
a lucky one that right at the beginning, which made our session go a whole lot slower, but like in-game time progress a
Okay.
whole lot faster.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
don't think you got the text of the ability. I'll just send that to you because it's really annoying.
Oh, I believe it. There are
But it's
so
been
many really
slowly
annoying
improving,
things.
though, is the thing.
Yeah,
like,
and as I roll ones with it, it increases the rate, so I can't just batch roll all of it.
I
Where
see.
let me see.
and with your new stopwatch, you're doubling like every
Yeah.
3. So
So I don't get any progress unless I roll low. But then I get 10 times progress if I roll under a certain amount, and whenever I roll a 1, that amount goes up by 1.
and you have advantage on all your downtime action rolls.
Roll above a ooh.
Yeah, but it gets 10 times progress. But it's also in combat, so I kind of want to get this as upgraded as possible before I fight anything with a sword. Though I don't know the last time I fought something with a sword.
Yeah. This is definitely interesting. I would hate this. My character would just simply say, "All right, swords are not. I don't use a sword anymore."
Okay, so this started at 10 or less, by the way, at the start of the session, or at the start of this one. And I rolled like 6 or 7 ones so far this session. How many ones did we even roll this session?
There was a lot of ones. You got doubled, and I doubled my ones with perfect practice makes perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And then Chung Po rolled 2 ones, both in his horde, I think.
Yep.
So yeah, going great there.
Got 8 ones this session for me.
But my 100s came in pretty hot too, though. So I got even
Yeah, they
I
did.
got a double balance there.
So many lucky rolls. And that was also part of the reason that I couldn't montage more at a time. Is this ability that I got at the beginning of this session when we were planning on just doing
Slowed
the whole
everything
month
down.
at first. It's like, cool, great, let's recalculate everything again. But also with Montage Hero, that times 10 multiplier to progress, I can multiply that by 3, so it's a times 30 multiplier to progress whenever I successfully roll. Jizz.
So hold on. It should be what you get, whatever that is, and then times that by 3, right? Isn't there a
That progress, that times 10 progress multiplier is a bonus to progress.
Yeah. No, what I was saying is that
Well, it's a multiplier, not a flat progress number.
So if you were to get 3 progress on a past roll, you would get 30 progress instead.
yeah,
Yes.
and then you
Tripled that.
Yeah, and then you triple that. And I don't know if that's still times 10 after or times 30 total.
It depends on
I just
what
thought
my
bed mass would come into play here.
Yeah, it you can really get good with the math, which you are now a mathematic user. So, I mean, you better be fucking good at math if you use mathematics.
I mean IRL though.
You know what? No, you got to do it as your character. You got to be able to be like, oh, bonus to roll, meta knowledge. Let's go.
I'll roll and make Matt do the math. He told me I had to do this.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Matt hates math. So
all right, time to get more abilities that apply more multipliers or divisions to my progress.
And make Matt do it all. We don't pay him enough for that. Oh fuck.
I had these 2 bonuses
Y'all
together, square root it, and then I take the cube root, or and then I cube that.
Y'all were really hot on ones tonight. Or
Oh
this
my
morning.
god, yeah. Like,
I was just seeing them pop up. There'd be a batch roll of like 12 rolls, and there'd be 3 ones in it.
yeah.
I'm jealous, and in large part, that's because I don't ever get ones because I don't roll anything.
Yeah, we stole all of them. Well, I feel like my character is going to stop rolling things nearly as much once when I finish his training, at least for sword combat, which...
Hey, if you get good enough at sword combat, effectively everything challenge becomes sword combat. Somebody you don't like walks up and insults you, sword combat. You want to get something from somebody and you don't have the money, sword combat.
So our characters haven't killed any
Enter a Dow battle with someone, sword combat.
Yeah. Oh, you're sound Dow. Yeah, but I got this cool sword. I hit you with it. What does that sound like? Oh, right,
did you say
you're
we
dead.
haven't killed anybody? Is that what you're saying?
Humanoids.
Are you sure? I thought the very first session we killed somebody.
No. We healed him with the Ranger medkit.
Oh, did we? Okay.
I don't think we murdered him.
Oh, we were very close though, weren't we?
Yeah, we were very close. So the first session, you know the gank squad that showed up at checkpoint 0 to fight
Yeah.
us? I immediately pull out a pipe bomb to threaten them. Keep in mind I got 10 ballistic skill. So
Who makes the throw?
Rolls a 7.
Ooh, nice.
ends that
Oh, it-
combat real quick.
And he rolls double 10s on the damage.
Yeah.
I had a dangerous energy whip starting weapon thing that I was using to resolve that problem, and even though I ended up killing 2, I think I lost my leg, and so I was I was 1 leg and a crutch for the next 2 or 3 sessions. Luckily, there was a high level NPC available and connected that fixed that in a horrifying manner. Let's just say that I did not get away with a pacifist run. I killed a lot of people in checkpoint 1 and 0.
Oh,
We definitely did
John.
come close to killing somebody in the first
So
round of
many
combat,
people,
but it
John.
didn't happen. Actually, no, we did kill somebody. Murder bro. Like,
Oh
6,000
yeah, you guys killed him, and then he
yeah,
came
but
back.
he wanted
so it was
it. We gave him
fine.
the plan.
Yeah, it was fine.
There are 2 things that were particularly memorable kills for me in checkpoint 1. The first was when I was walking back in after a really harrowing time in the woods all night. I had just decided to go out into the woods alone by myself and fight whatever I found. Um, and I
Yeah, he
came
found
back.
a special wolf, and he had to use a stored special thing that he was really hoping to nurse and hold on to.
Okay.
Even that almost wasn't enough. But I was walking back, clothes ripped to pieces, covered in blood, limping and injured. One of the NPCs turned to me as I was going by, and seeing that I'm weak, said, "I challenge you to a duel." I said, "I accept," and I killed him.
Ugh.
No
Well, it was a duel.
hesitation. I accept. Attack.
Oh, cool. I love duels. Wait, why weren't you ready if you challenged me to a duel?
The other one that was particularly memorable is I killed a reincarnator, a repeater. Not like I got all the way to zone 6 and then I decided to restart again reincarnator, but a somebody who they die, they get to try again from zone 0. And they had never gotten particularly far.
Okay.
Oh.
Sucks to suck.
It does.
Well, not another hour down, but good chatting, guys. I think I'm gonna head out.
Yep.
It's that
Me
time.
too, also. That was a lot of fun.
Thanks for the session.
Yeah, thank you. I think Matt might have went AFK.
No, I appreciate y'all.
We should plan for next session a little bit.
Okay, look, we had a plan.
I tried.
Like, we're gonna
I had
do
a lot
these
of fun.
things.
You guys are
Good.
so different than the other group. I love the chaos. The other group is far more orderly. Still chaotic, but way more orderly.
We also have a
Well-
lot of tools that let us play with ones.
Yeah, but you've also found out that there is a problem with it, isn't
Just
there?
don't do it as much. Don't like, get fat gains all the time.
Gotta get that next hit, though.
I mean, you definitely got pretty far with your hits. Like nothing like a triple one. Look, my quad ones though, those are my favorites for sure.
Oh, yeah.
I will continue watching you guys' endeavors carefully whenever I have the chance.
Well, they're always on YouTube if you ever want to check them out.
Maybe
I also have the transcripts if you ever want to read them.
possible.
Or there's the AI generated summaries, which you could.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
those are glorious.
Much
No, you don't
better.
We haven't had
understand.
some for the last.
You don't understand. I yesterday or the day before, I was getting things ready, and 41, I think it was. No, it wasn't that one. It was the one before that. Just let me. I have it here. Just one sec. It
All
was
right, what
date
session are we
modified.
on, by the way?
This
was
was 42. This was 42.
42.
Uh,
Okay, let me adjust my hidden potential because I forgot a couple of sessions. And then
yeah,
guess.
I'm gonna put this in our chat right now. Of
Oh, wait, no, it'd
private.
be 43 because I missed one session that you had, and you missed 2 sessions that I had.
This is when we were doing the prism one, I think. It was session 30 38 or something like that.
Was
I
this
just
one
put
you
it in-
posted?
Yeah, private lobby one.
What the heck? What
Just
is
keep
with
doing it. I don't know why. That's what it came out as.
Why are there so many quotations? Over the
Oh,
ledge.
I gotta see this. Open chat. The speakers discuss various topics.
Ripple effects. Will concept. Over the
Brink.
ledge. Or,
Brink.
and over the ledge. Brink and.
I just thought maybe we broke them or something. This was the most recent one.
Wait, what happened?
I don't
Which one
know.
was this?
I think it was the one
The
where
prism?
like, the ledge of the prism, like,
Oh, yeah.
because that's the only one I could think of that was over the ledge. Oh, that's like a normal one, and then you have
Got the
that
return of Gun Po.
Jungbo.
A unique Do Christie.
Involving convergence and duality.
The convergence engine is probably your best one out of those. Or no, it was the no. What it wasn't? It was the machine. What machine was that again? It was the
The Qigong machine.
the Qigong machine.
God, if somebody just had this and no context, they would think it was crazy people talking.
Right.
Like the first one is just unhinged. It just doesn't understand.
I think it
Why
tried
did it
really
just
hard, and then it died. And aneurysm.
As a stroke continues doing.
All right, I'm gonna drop off.
Yeah.
Cool.
You have fun with your
Talk to
game
you
tonight,
guys
John.
later.
Cheers.
Will do.
Bye.